Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 Big Ten college tennis season. We are so excited to have our CrossCourt coverage of everything that's going to happen throughout the rest of this Big Ten calendar year. We will have matches for you each and every Sunday here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. We'll cover all the home non-conference action, all of the conference action throughout this 2023 Big Ten season. We are so excited to bring you some of the best college tennis you will find throughout the country. And today, day one, we have a jam-packed schedule. 7 matches we'll be covering here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel throughout the course of the day. We'll start in College Station in Pennsylvania. Penn State taking on James Madison. Again, a few more non-conference matches for all of these teams to go before we get rocking and rolling into our Big Ten conference play, But you see, we're going to start our day with a little Penn State James Madison women's action. We'll end the day with that Northwestern Vanderbilt battle in Evanston. Needless to say, we have an exceptional day of college tennis ahead. We're excited to show it all to you. We'll flex the 2-box. We'll flex the 3-box. We'll go multiple sites wide. Again, excited to show off all the new features we have added to our Cracked Racquets broadcast. But with all that said, we're ready to show you some tennis first and foremost. So let's head over now to College Station again. Penn State taking on James Madison. This Penn State group, solid start to their year, 6-5 overall. Good wins over Kentucky, West Virginia, Harvard. A couple of tough losses to top 35 teams in Old Dominion, Princeton, Notre Dame. Lost a tough one at Illinois last Sunday. Looking to bounce back here with a little doubleheader today, taking on James Madison now. They'll face Duquesne later today. Bat ball dropping good on the far side of your screen for these Penn State Nittany Lions at the number 1 spot. Sofia Chekoltsova, the junior out of Tallinn, Estonia, partnered with the transfer, Ayana Georgita. Georgita coming over from Kansas State for her final year of eligibility. Well, this Penn State team's bouncing early. Hand goes up in the air. No harm nor foul. Again, unfortunately, no scoreboards in terms of point-by-point updates. We'll have the game updates for you as soon as these matches get rocking and rolling on the near side of your screen. For James Madison, sophomore, Ines Liviera. Partnered with Kylie Moulin, the redshirt senior. It's Mullen serving here on the near side for this James Madison group. JMU coming into today's match 4-3 overall on the season. Got a big win over Cornell on Friday. As you look for this JMU team. Great overhead, great close, great aggression from this Penn State group to start. They open with a break here on court number 1. So 1-love Nittany Lions here at the top spot. And Chekoltsova, Gerbau, and Oliveira Mullen will go over to the number 2 spot in the big screen now. Again, want to introduce all these matches to you. Follow this doubles point from first point to last here. As we head over to that number 2 spot now. The big screen gives me a chance to introduce again each of these teams competing here in the doubles. You've got a mistake by me at the number 1 double spot. Sofia Chekosova partnered with Carla Gerbau, the transfer from Kentucky, at that number 1 spot for Penn State. At the number 2 spot, Iona Georgida, the transfer from Kansas State. Georgida partnered with Alexandra Nielsen, junior out of Vancouver. It's interesting, this Penn State team has already experimented with all sorts of doubles combinations. They've played 12 in this dual match season alone. Georgita Nielsen, a 13th pairing. It's quite clear that Coach Alexandra Angelescu still looking for those ideal doubles pairings, clearly. This is Georgita looks serving on the near side for Penn State. Indeed it is Georgita serving. It's Nielsen at the net for you. Taking out the James Madison duo of Daniela Volo, redshirt senior out of Canada. She's partnered Daria Monteno. Freshman out of Romania. Good catch. You see you on the sideline, and there you go. Scoreboard's now active. You see that 1-0 break for Penn State at 1. Already 1-1 here at 2. Head over to 3 in a moment. Watch the ending of this game. See if we can't get a grip on the score. Indeed, 1-1. Be interesting. This Penn State team very aggressive out of the gates. You see them closing hard, not afraid to cross. Nielsen on the deuce side here. Georgita on the ad for Penn State. Tough to tell on the far side whether that's Montenu, Volo serving. We'll get a better look, obviously, once they switch. Meanwhile, the game point chances coming up here for Chekosova. Gerbau at 1. We'll get to 3 in a moment. Good hands. Did well to extend the rally there. Still slightly better juice for James Madison. You look at the stats for this James Madison team here early. And again, it's early in the season. James Madison, as I alluded to, so far this year, 4-3, overall. 12-8 in doubles. This duo, Volo, no, 4-2 overall. They've won their last 2 decisions. That's just darn good tennis. Great close, great communication. We're asking what's one of the bigger differences between men's and women's college tennis. I'd say you saw it right there. Some great overhead from Nielsen. Georgita a little more comfortable playing that forehand swinging volley than the overhead. She played it really well. Love the depth, love the angle, the shot choices she chose, but again, a little more comfortable there than the overhead. Maybe that's the biggest difference. Now split the middle, went big there, a little long. So it's James Madison hold 2-1 on serve on court number 2. That's going to be a fun one. We'll keep our eye there. Meanwhile, you do see exchanging of breaks on court number 1 to get us going. Let's go over court number 3 now on the big screen. Still waiting for a scoreboard update there, but want to introduce again all these teams. As you see, actually, Georgita Nielsen, okay, they had a 2-love lead, so now 2-1 there. But here on court number 3, for these Penn State Nittany Lions, we start with Carly Friedland. Friedland Jr. out of Hollywood, Florida. She's partnered is Friedland, Olivia Dorner. Dorner, the freshman out of Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And they're going after the freshman here early. Are this James Madison team. Again, Friedland looked to me to be on that deuce side. Dorner on the ad. They're taking on the James Madison duo of Daria Afaniaseva, Alexandra Prudente. Prudente, sophomore. Hanover, Massachusetts. Afaniaseva, redshirt senior out of Moscow, Russia. Indeed, it is Friedland on the deuce side here for Penn. We're on the ad. Good backhand, good depth. And you see, okay, they did correct that scoreboard on 2. It is 2-1 on serve there. Good wheels. Now we're talking. Outstanding athleticism from the freshman Friedland. And stayed on the board at 3. Now, whether it's 2-1, 1-love, 3-love, we'll wait for that scoreboard update. Apologies. Things are only going to get easier, I promise, as this season progresses. But you see the changeover on 3, so let's put 1 back on the big screen. Swap 1 and 3. We're going to stay steady, I think, with court number 1 on our screen. Just going to be a little bit easier, excuse me, to follow that score line as you see the changeover coming on 1. Again, we'll put 1 in our big screen here. I think we've got simultaneous changeovers everywhere. Now, there you see 2 getting back to it now, but this is perfect. Will allow us to follow everything as it unfolds. And again, Alex Gruskin here. It's a 7-match Sunday here on our Cracked Racquets Big Ten CrossCourt cast. Coming up at the top of the hour, 4 matches going to get underway in Big Ten country. You've got Indiana versus Belmont, Michigan State versus Illinois State, Minnesota versus Memphis, Nebraska versus Wyoming. All those women's matches coming up at the top of the hour. As you see, it is on break here, 2-1 at the number 1 spot. How about that down the line rip? Good exchange with the lefty Kylie Moulin here on the near side for James Madison, but you're not getting passed down the alley once. You're not playing good doubles. As you see, 2-all-on-2. And still waiting for that scoreboard update on 3. Apologies. Penn State with at least 1 game there. How about this heavy eye formation? It's the freshman Ines Oliveira. Sophomore, excuse me, returning on this ad side. Got a little tricky, right? That lob almost ended up dipping a little low on Moulin, but a nice close. Takes us to 15-all again. You see 2-all at that number 2 spot. Still waiting on the scoreboard. How about that angle? And a casual poach. Now again, a little window for James Madison to take this break right back. Keep us, dare I say, on break. Here at this number 1 spot. 30-all point, excuse me. 30 point coming up. Oh, excuse me. 30-40 there. So now that is, oh no, she must have missed that first ball long. Okay, that makes much more sense. So that is a break for 2-all. 4 consecutive breaks to kick things off at the number 1 spot. Meanwhile, you see the 2-all to the bottom left on court number 2. Credit to James Madison. They've come out equally aggressive. They've matched this Penn State team here to start. Again, this is a Penn State team that's kind of struggled in doubles, 12-13. Going into last weekend's play. Dropped doubles points at Notre Dame, at Illinois as well. It explains again why this team's played 14 different combinations now in doubles. It's only February 26th. 2 months, 14 combinations. That's impressive. Certainly not where these Penn State Nittany Lions want to be. That's where they want to be. Great overhead put away there. Great depth on that first baseline ball. Continued depth. Full of loose errors off the rack of Kylie Mullen. Love 30 spot here for Penn State at 1. Much better. And I love the cross there, the aggression, just to break the rhythm from James Madison at 1. Do something a little bit different. Baseline to baseline exchanges aren't going your way on serve. Got to do something to throw off the rhythm of the returner there. A crossing poach, a great move. So it's breakpoint chances here at 1. To 5 straight breaks at 1. 3-2 Penn State with the lead. It looks as though James Madison's taking a 3-2 lead at that 2 spot. You do see we have a scoreboard update on court number 3, where it's 3-2 Penn State. Duo Friedland and Dorner with the lead there. Let's stay at this number 1 spot. Again, we have a better grasp of the scoreboard where we're picking things up. How this doubles point works. In case this is your first match, team's got to take 2 out of the 3 double sets. Here on your screen, whichever team's able to do that. We'll take a 1-0 lead heading into our 6 singles matches. Each singles match worth 1 point on the overall scoreboard. First team to 4 overall points wins. And Penn State leading 3-2 here at the number 1 spot. 3-2 lead at the number 3 spot as well. They trail 3-2 at 2. Here's Sofia Chekoltsova, Carla Gerbau. Chekoltsova, the junior from Tallinn, Estonia. Gerbau again, the transfer from Barcelona, Spain, coming over from Kentucky. I believe this is Chekoltsova. Serving here on the near side. Good eye there from Gerbau to let that one sail. And you look for this Penn State team. It's an interesting season. An interesting point for this program. Again, head coach Alexandra Valescu enters her 4th season now. Year number 4, everyone on the roster is yours, right? Even in this COVID era, maybe a player or 2 from the coach prior, but for Angelescu now, who of course, former top 10 doubles player in the country during her time at Georgia Tech. Of course, this is a Penn State team coming off a year last year that saw the team finish 11-13 overall. Lost a couple of tough ones on the road at Wisconsin, at Minnesota, at Nebraska to end the season. This is a team that considers itself NCAA good, and they get a first hold at court number 1, so 4-2 lead now here for Penn State. Big hold from Chekhovsova. Of course, we'll see at the number 1 single spot later today. Chekhovsova Gerbau 2-1 overall in the year entering today. Want to put that ball in play, certainly, if you're Gerbau, but love the aggression, continued aggression from this Penn State team. Meanwhile, you see they've leveled things 3-all. I believe we're just on serve at that number 2 spot. 3-all on court number 3 as well. It's the 4-2 lead here for Penn State. Oh, great hands, better cross. Love lead here now for James Madison as they try to put their first hold on the board. Bounce game point chances, 40 love here for James Madison at 1. 4-2 lead for Penn State. They do have that break consolidated now. And so it is 4-3 Penn State up the break here at the number 1 spot. Again, we're going to stick here for now just because we do have that firm grasp of the scoreboard at court 1. But you see right now, according to our screen, 3-all on courts 2 and 3. So definitely coming down to the wire here. And again, it's a good battle between two teams looking to make an NCAA tournament push, of course, for Penn State. Life got both better and worse through this first month. It got better in the sense that the Big Ten's got itself much better positioned in the rankings now, particularly on the women's side. You look at the massive first 2 months for teams like Michigan, Ohio State, Wisconsin, all of those teams, top 20 teams right now. And it's been a while since the Big Ten has had 3 teams firmly ensconced in that top 20. Ohio State, Michigan almost assuredly won't fall out of the top 10 till, I don't know, April at the worst, assuming they sustain their level of play, each team racking up some major non-conference victories. And so if you're Penn State now, the opportunity's there. You knock off a big dog, you're in the NCAA tournament hunt. Problem is, of course, now they are big dogs, and it's going to take doubles like that, aggressive, as Carla Gerbau, the big first serve, Chekhovsova with the big first volley, 15 love now. As again, this Penn State team looks to extend their lead, just 1 hold of serve apiece. Penn State with the 3 breaks, James Madison with 2 here at this number 1 spot. You see Penn State go into a heavy eye formation here on the deuce. Why do they do that? It guarantees a forehand to the server. Again, structural advantage here is you're serving. You're probably getting a look at a first forehand. Or an overhead. And the hand goes up. Good catch by Coach. Obviously, no harm meant to Kylie Moulin. It's just the name of the game. Play that overhead through the big target. Moulin happened to be standing on that big target. So 30 love spot here for Penn State. And it's loud. I won't lie. I kind of like where this Penn State, the noise level is here for 10 a.m. The energy that's brought all of these courts. That's the hardest part for these early rising matches, 10 a.m. Can you bring the requisite energy needed in what is a sprint known as the doubles point? So quick, so much movement. One break of serve, one hold here, that can be the difference. Of course, who doesn't love a good let court? You play lets in college tennis. That first serve hitting the net tape, bouncing in. So that was 40-15. Game point chances here for Penn State. They've got 3 at the number 1 spot. It would make it 5-3. Why is that significant? Because look at the other courts. 4-3 now. James Madison leading on court number 3. I believe it's 4-3 on court number 2 as well. All right, again, 2 more chances here, 40-30 at this number 1 spot. I can't believe this. Again, this James Madison team's frisky. 5-4 overall. Tough losses, all the strong, 4-3 overall, excuse me, but losses 4-3 at Louisville, 4-3 at Xavier. Picks one at Virginia, but I think we'll forgive a 6-1 loss to a top 10 team. Now all of a sudden it's deuce. Interesting. So we're in a James Madison push. And again, if you're Penn State right now, can't afford to drop this lead at 1. You've been ahead by a break the duration of this set. You are down 4-3 indeed. Georgita Nielsen trailing 4-3. Freeland Dorner down 4-3 at that 3 spot now as well. Here's a big deuce point, and it'll be Moulin returning here on this deuce side. Gerbow serving. And how about the cross? And we've got ourselves a match, 4-all now, here at the number 1 doubles position. Again, this Penn State team 6-5. Overall in the year coming into today. They're under 500 in doubles for the year. Now it's still early. But again, they've played around 14 different combinations for Penn State. 14 so far this season. How about that backhand from Chekhovsova? The angle, the depth. Had Moulin all the way off the court. That's an aggressive response. And you see there, by the way, 5-3 for James Madison. Game away at that 3 spot now. And Here we go. We've had this theme here at the number 1 position on break. We've had only one hold of serve apiece. We got a hold from Chekoltsova to take a 4-2 lead. We got a hold, I believe, from Oliveira. Yes, indeed. Or 3-4 as well. That's it. That's a nice volley. Sadly, the serve was long. How about that? You're kidding me. It's an inside-out backhand winner from a lefty? Why not just hit the forehand there? I guess that's why. Come over the top like that. And it does look like James Madison's currently serving for it at 3. Obviously, we have our eyes on it. Tough miss from Gerbau in the net there again. This stage of the match, just want to be putting pressure on this James Madison team. And you see it, 5-3 leads on 2 and 3 for James Madison. Boy, oh boy, they are closing in on this doubles point. But Penn State does get the break back here at 1. So it's 5-4 lead for the Nittany Lions. You can go split screen 2 and 3. We do have 5-3 for now. See if we're closing in on a match point. Again, it's Mutino, Volo. 5-3 lead at the 2 spot for James Madison. Stefana Seva. Udente, 5-3 lead at 2. Let's go back to the 3 box. I see one back on our screen. Again, it's just a little harder to follow this, so we'll go right here as it's Chekoltsova serving for the set. And we know that for sure. No, that's just good tennis. Early nominee for the point of the day. Chekoltsova moving the ball so well. There you see it, by the way, though. 6-3 decision on court number 3 goes the way of James Madison. So, yeah, let's go split screen. 1 and 2 remaining. 1 only matters if Penn State can turn things around at 2, as it's a 6-3 win at the number 3 spot for Afanaseva Prudente. Chekoltsova. Gerbau now 2 points away at that 1 spot, but will it matter? It will not. James Madison takes the doubles point. 1-0 lead here at Penn State. Excuse me. James Madison with the wins at the number 2 and 3 position. So, singles coming up here at Penn State. However, we've got a lot of tennis coming across our Big Ten cross-court cast now. What we want to do, take a break till the top of the hour. Again, we've got 4 matches starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll have coverage of all of them as things roll on here at our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 Big Ten season. Welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets Big Ten CrossCourt cast. We're covering everything for the remainder of this 2023 Big Ten season. Right now, a little two-box on your screen. A couple of non-conference matches underway in both Indiana and Nebraska today. Indiana Hoosiers taking on the Belmont Bears. So we've got Nebraska, as you see on your screen. Nebraska taking on Wyoming. Still waiting on those scoreboards to get updated. Flying a bit blind here. Don't worry, we're going to clean it up as we go. But again, right now, #1 doubles action on your screen. If you are watching this at Indiana, at Nebraska, feel free to send us those lineups at Cracked Racquets. Feel free to just tweet them out. So we are no longer flying blind. Lead for the Huskers at the #1 spot. I think I've got our lineup here for Nebraska. Nebraska coach, head coach Scott Jacobson, associate head coach Lisa Hart. #1 spot, Samantha Alicia, senior, transferred over from Arizona State. I believe she's partnered with Fisa Danilchenko, sophomore out of Moscow, transferring over from Minnesota. #2 double spot, Isabel Androver Gallego. No, excuse me, she's partnered with Danilchenko. Alicia partnered with Rafael Lacasse, transfer from Kansas at that #1 spot. #3 doubles looks to be Anna Carmen Zemburek, sophomore transfer from Baylor, partnered with Lucy Loy, sophomore out of Fishers, Indiana. See Nebraska off to a strong start here at this #1 spot. This was a frisky Nebraska team last season. Ultimately fell short of the NCAA tournament, but they were right on the precipice of it. We looked for Nebraska last year, a very respectable 15-10 overall. Dropped a 4-3 heartbreaker in the Big Ten quarterfinals to Northwestern. And you see they're crossing, they're aggressive here early. Breakpoint chances for Nebraska here on 1. Again, you look for this Nebraska team. If they win a match against Illinois at home, a match they dropped 4-3, that was probably the difference for them in just missing out on the NCAA tournament last season. And look, this Huskers team is off to a roaring start, 8-1 this year. Tough loss to Colorado State, but a good win over Minnesota, good wins over Washington State, Colorado already this season. So we have scoreboards now up here for Indiana and Belmont. So now we can get rolling on my analysis there. Apologies for the slow start. We're now rocking and rolling. You look for this Indiana team at the #1 spot, Laura Schneider, redshirt sophomore from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. She's partnered with Sabi Nalani, fifth-year transfer Nalani, coming over from Wake Forest. Taking on the Belmont duo of Maria Halahola, Anastasia Zoldakova. Laloa, the freshman out of Kiev, Ukraine. Zoldakova, sophomore out of Kiev, Ukraine. See Indiana already racing out to the 1-love lead. Meanwhile, here you go for Nebraska. Chances for 3-love here on court 1. Paul Sales honors 2 more game point chances. You see the game points here for Indiana on 1 as well. First one off there by Belmont. Meanwhile, you look for this Indiana team. Certainly a program headed in the right direction. Tremera's Sui still on the job now. I believe it's his what? Gotta been there for near a decade. No, that's what it is. Head coach now, entering his 6th season. And so a deuce point coming up on 1 here in Nebraska, Wyoming. Wyoming just trying to get on the board, keep the deficit narrow. Well, again, that scoreboard just a hair slower to update over on court #1 in Indiana. Still keeping our eyes on it nevertheless. Stay here till the end of the changeover, introduce you to the other action happening there. Meanwhile, again, deuce point coming up here for the Huskers. Oh, good eye. So it is a 3-love lead for Nebraska at the #1 spot. Let's head over to court #2 now. Court #2 here, where it's actually all Wyoming. Wyoming racing off to a 3-love lead. We'll just do a double switch here. Show you 2s on both. Again, we get that simultaneous changeover. You file that, I suppose, under things you love to see, or maybe not. Your super producer Daniel Westoff back in Indianapolis. Still 3-love lead Schneider. Nyalani at that number 1 spot for Indiana. 3-love lead for Nebraska as well. But again, it's a little trickier here at the number 2 double spot. Wish I had names for you. I don't. I apologize. But you see Wyoming aggressive, racing off to that 3-love lead. They're at 2. Meanwhile, again, over at the number 2 spots here, Indiana. Belmont, I can offer you some names for Indiana. Smila Mecic. Excuse me, the redshirt junior out of Serbia. Mayic partnered with Nicole Teodescu. There it is. Nicole Teodescu, freshman out of Italy. Taking on Abby Solomon, sophomore out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Victoria Clement, sophomore out of Tartu, Estonia. Therefore, Belmont. Yeah, look, Wyoming's playing far more aggressively at that number 2 spot right now than Nebraska is. Look at who's at the net, who's crossing, whose terms we're clearly planning on. So again, Nebraska team trying to get on the board here at the number 2 spot. On serve at the number 2 spot in Indiana. On the scoreboard. Separation there, the 3-love separation coming at that top spot right now for the Hoosiers. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, we were monitoring a match earlier. Those 4 indoor courts at Penn State. James Madison taking the first taking the first doubles point there. Penn State with a 6-love set from Chekhovsova at the number 1 single spot. Everything else still early action. But now here we go. It's a deuce point coming up as Nebraska looks to get on the board at 2. Well, deciding point action. Why not throw that graphic up on the board? Oh, lob sails long, so it's 4-0 Wyoming on court number 2. Let's just do a full lineup shift here. Let's go to the 3s. Again, want to introduce all these pairings. Of course, right now we're monitoring the action happening in Bloomington. The action in Lincoln as well. Worth noting, a couple other matches going on right now. Michigan State taking on Illinois State, Minnesota. Taking on Memphis. those matches a little bit later here. YouTube stream right now. Again, I want to introduce you everything going on and over on court number 3. Start with this Belmont Indiana battle. Belmont, by the way, taking a break, 3-1 lead, as you saw at that number 2 spot. So Belmont up a break at 2, Indiana cruising, 4-0 double break lead at 1. Here at the number 3 spot, we're on serve, but it's complicated. 2-1 lead right now for this Belmont duo. It's Libby Hamilton, Taylor Tronson. Tronson, the senior out of St. Paul, Minnesota. Hamilton, freshman out of Mobile, Alabama. They're taking on the Indiana duo. Alexandra Stekulescu, Rose Hugh. Stekulescu, redshirt junior out of Romania. Rose Hugh, redshirt junior, Beijing, China. Meanwhile, you see there on court number 3, it's your only match on serve right now. Over in Lincoln, Nebraska racing out to a 4-love lead at the 1 spot. Wyoming, their own 4-love lead at 2. Here we're on serve. It's 2-all, 40-30. Discussion for Wyoming at that number 3 spot. Let it slip away, didn't they? 3-2 now, Huskers lead on court number 3. Can we make court number 3 court number... They're about to go to a changeover there as well. They're about to go to changeover on all 3 courts in Nebraska, so we'll keep it at court number 3 in the meantime. 4-0 lead for Nebraska. They face break points at 1. Fought off the first. Meanwhile, again here over in Bloomington. Separation right now belonging to Belmont. It's a 4-0 lead for Indiana at 1, but 4-1 Belmont leads at 2. 3-1 they lead at the number 3 spot. We're going to stay there at 3. Know that scoreboard's a little bit behind. There we go. Now updated. 3-1 love 40. So breakpoint chances back here for Indiana. Meanwhile, it's Nebraska now serving up a break 3-2 at 3. see the changeover now. Indiana does get one of those breaks back at the number 3 spot. Let's go back to number 1. 4-1 lead for Schneider. Milani. That number 1 spot in Indiana, excuse me.
There you go. Nice.
That is a gorgeous overhead there from Nebraska. I'm really liking the way this Nebraska team's closing, the aggressiveness with which they're playing. Now, I said that about Penn State, and ultimately Penn State dropped the doubles point, but I think that had more to do with James Madison. James Madison played equally aggressive as Penn State. Wyoming has not matched Nebraska's aggression here early. And again, a Nebraska team that went 15-10 last year. They're 9-1 to start this season. They clearly have NCAA tournament aspirations this season, as they should. It's an experienced group. Pretty solid group 1 through 6. Just on the other side of things for Indiana, 10-15 last season. They're looking to get things back on track, and 7-3 overall to start this year. Good wins for them over Cincinnati, Cornell, Xavier, Colorado. There's a Big Ten play going next week as they take on Northwestern. Wyoming, doesn't love the call. They're on court number 3. Obviously impossible for us to say looking at... Oh, no. Correction. Either there was an overrule or there was a call change on 3. Again, a little bit of a tiff happening on 1. No doubt about that overhead, though. Sets up game point chances to consolidate now for Nebraska at 3. Keeping my eye on that scoreboard, trying to make sure we don't miss any set points. Again, 4-1 lead. Ooh, Westhoff, let's go to Indiana court number 2, please. Indiana court number 2, where it's a 5-1 lead right now for Belmont. Meanwhile, again, 4-2 Wyoming leading at the number 2 spot. 4-1 Nebraska leads at the number 1 spot, so we're still a little bit of a ways away. But here at number 2 will reflect, yeah, you see that scoreboard, 5-1, 15 all. And actually, that scoreboard's exactly up to date, so we're rocking and rolling. Belmont. You see you Bears. How will the Hoosiers respond here? And 7-3 overall. It's pretty solid at doubles. Match points coming up now on court number 2 for Belmont. Graphic on the screen for all of you. Again, match points here. There it is. That's a win for Belmont at the number 2 spot. 6-1 decision for Abby Solomon, Victoria Clemond. Let's go back over to court number 1, please. Court number 1 in that Indiana match. Snyder, Milani, 5-1 lead now, so they're a game away. Meanwhile, it's 4-2 Belmont on 3, still leading by a break there. Well, that's interesting. 20 win points apiece there in Nebraska, Wyoming, and yet it's Nebraska with a 4-2 break lead.
Oh, yeah, we're thinking
Look, you're not getting passed down the line. Again, you're not playing doubles, right? I love the pinch over from the Huskers, but that's a better pass, and now Wyoming's got 4 game point chances to keep it a 1 break deficit at 3. Meanwhile, heavy high formation here. You love to see it again, trying to ensure that first forehand. That's exactly why you see the cross. That's exactly how they drew it up. Gorgeous play there. As you see, it is a Wyoming hold still. Nebraska with the 4-3 lead at the number 3 doubles position. Let's head over to court number 1. It's 5-2 Nebraska on 1. They've been in control from the start there. Again, a couple other matches happening right now. Penn State down 1-0 to James Madison, but making a push in singles. Michigan State taking on Illinois State. That doubles is still really just midway through those opening sets. You also have Minnesota battling Memphis. We'll have a little bit more of that match for you as it progresses as well. But for now, we're going to stick with these 2 doubles points. Again, a Nebraska team 9-1 overall, coming off of a 15-10 2022. Meanwhile, for this Indiana team, 7-3 overall. 3 wins away from matching their 10-15 total from last year. Indiana dropped the decision 6-1 at the number 2 doubles spot. They're down a break 4-2 at 3. Right now you see 5-2 Nebraska at 1. They're up a break 4-3 at the number 3 spot as well. So Huskers strong start right now, I would say, indoors in Lincoln. They're 3 points away now at 1. The great down the line pass. And an in-sync roar. Is some match point coming up on 1? It might just be. Oh, excuse me, no, now it's 30-all. Okay, so that's Indiana serving on the far side. No, that was the match point. Okay, Alex, trust your instincts. You see what's going on. It's a 6-1 set for Indiana, so it all comes down to the number 3 spot, where it's 4-3 Belmont. Tronson and Hamilton taking on Stakulescu and Hugh. Meanwhile, again, Nebraska closing in on the set at 1. And there's a double fault. So 30-all, Nebraska 2 points away at the number 1 spot. Wyoming with a 5-3 lead at 2, but Nebraska game point chances for 5-3 at 3. So it's the back end of the doubles point here. And Westhoff will go straight from here to Michigan State. Although it'll be a photo finish. Right now, Spartans are in some trouble in the doubles point. Interesting. So we'll have that on standby. Now it's match points coming up for Nebraska at 1. And now it's a deuce point deciding point. Meanwhile, you see at Belmont a game away from taking the doubles point. Tough start to the doubles point for some of these Big Ten teams here today. There it is. Nebraska takes a 6-2 set at 1. Let's head over to court number 3 now for Nebraska. Court number 3. 5-3 lead for Nebraska there. Actually, I apologize, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Can we go over to court number 2 in Nebraska, Wyoming, where actually Wyoming's 2 points away from a match point. 5-3, 30 all. We actually might be getting in there in time, just in time for a match point. Indeed, we are. 30-40 spot here. Match points for Wyoming to level things. Send us to 2 deciders on 3. Who doesn't like a little scoreboard symmetry? As again, right now, Belmont serving for the doubles point. Or at least it will have the opportunity to do so in Bloomington. And there it is. Wyoming does take a 6-3 set at 2. So we head over to court number 3. It's our deciding set here in Lincoln. It's our deciding set on both courts right now. And it looks like Wyoming actually just got a hold 4-5-4. Indeed, they did. So Nebraska will serve for the doubles point. And then up here on court number 3. Quick scoreboard update. Minnesota, unfortunately, not a full roster here today, dealing with injuries, various issues. So they're actually down 3-0 already. Had to forfeit the number 5 and 6 singles positions. Drop the doubles point as well. So get over there in a little bit. Again, right now, doubles point coming down to the finish line in both Indiana, Belmont, Nebraska, Wyoming. Right now, Nebraska is serving for the doubles point. 3 points away. See head coach Scott Jacobson. A few words for his Huskers at 3. Ooh, spicy. Meanwhile, looks like it's a match point on 3 for Belmont. Ball sneaks by, so I think Indiana just survived and will force a deuce point deciding point. It doubles up as a match point for the doubles. A little triple threat. It's not even noon on a Sunday. We've got a first triple threat of the day.
Nice.
And we're going to play on at number 3. Indiana staying alive, 4-5-4. Meanwhile, 5-4, 30-all. Let's go full screen Nebraska. We'll get back to this Indiana Belmont match in a moment, but Nebraska 2 points away from the finish line. Let's see if they can close it out. You know what time it is. Put the graphic on the board. Match points for the Huskers. Nebraska takes a 1-0 lead. And let's go to court number 3, please. Court number 3 at Michigan State. Court number 3 at Indiana as well. It's 1-0 Nebraska here in Lincoln. We go back to court number 3 where, again, it's 4-5. Indiana serving now. Or perhaps returning to stay alive. I want to bring Michigan State into the mix, though, as well. Michigan State takes a 6-2 set at the number 1 doubles position. Illinois State's up 5-4 at 2 doubles, but Michigan State a 5-4 lead at 3 doubles. So we bring that onto your screen now. Now we're flexing our cross-court cast muscles here, folks. Want to show you everything happening across the Big Ten world. Alex Gruskin here, super producer Daniel Westoff steering the ship. Of course, we promise we're going to get, I don't want to say we're going to promise equal distribution time all on one day, but I promise if you stick with us over the next 3 months, we're going to show you a little bit of everything. We're going to highlight every team competing here in Big Ten play throughout the course of this 2023 season, from Ohio State and Michigan all the way through to the Rutgers, the Indianas, Marylands, Purdue's, you name it, we're going to show it to you this year. If it's Big Ten tennis, we'll have it. We just hope you trust us to, again, distribute everything to the best of our abilities. Right now, we're trying to catch the biggest moment as Michigan State's 5-4 lead here at the number 3 double spot. It's Juliet Nask, Dagmar Drubecka, the senior out of the Prague, Czech Republic. Nask, a freshman out of Westchester, New York. Wow, someone from Westchester came to school in Michigan. In other news, water, wet. See so many of those again. So many people coming from the East Coast. And there it is. Wow. Belmont. 1-0 doubles point over Indiana. So upsets a brewing right now. Let's go full screen at Michigan State. State serving for the doubles point. I actually believe this is Illinois State. Excuse me, Illinois State here on that serving. Yeah, it is Illinois State serving on your near side. And for this Illinois State team, Elena Jankolovska, excuse me, partnered with Nevena Kolarevich, serving here on the near side. Ooh, and you see a little pinch in. I believe that's Nask pinching in tight on the net there. That might have gone right through the center of her racket. So it's match points here for Michigan State. And Coach Kim Bruno there on the far side. A few words. Heather Faulkner, the associate head coach. Page, the volunteer. Love the aggression of that poach. She jumped on it. Serve just happened to be a hair long. So we'll try that again. So we're going to a deuce point. Again, singles coming up momentarily in a couple of places. Super producer Daniel Westoff. Next up, I'm going to need the #1 singles match in Minnesota, Memphis. That's what we're going to loop in next. And that's a heck of a down the line pass to extend things. So 5-all here on 3. Let's go to a split screen. We're going to keep this matchup for you, but when you're ready, Westoff, can we bring in Memphis versus Minnesota? Okay, not yet, I'm being told. As soon as he's ready, though, we'll have that for you. Memphis 3-love lead. They take the doubles point, and then unfortunately Minnesota forced to withdraw at the number 5 and 6 singles positions. So we'll get that action for you in about 5 minutes here. We'll stick in for now. Again, Michigan State 5-all here at the number 3 doubles position. 5-all at the number 2 doubles position as well. State a 6-2 win already at the number 1 spot. Okay, that's exactly how she drew that volley up. And again, here it's Juliet Nask, the freshman for this Michigan State team. Nask partnered with, again, Dagmar Zdrubeka, senior out of the Czech Republic. I believe that's Zdrubeka serving on the far side. Oh, she got past line. It's a good cut. I like the aggression. That's going to happen from time to time. Of course, you look for Michigan State head coach Kim Bruno. Entering her 7th season at the helm of Spartans women's tennis. Of course, she was director of tennis quite some time, 11 years at the Northern Arizona University. Captured Northern Arizona's first Big Sky Conference regular season title in program history back in 2016. From there, straight over to Michigan State. She's put together winning season after winning season. You look for Coach Bruno, 72 and 59 overall coming into the year. And here's a game point chance for the Spartans. 2 of them coming up here. Again, Zdrubeka, I believe, serving on that far side of your screen. That's how you square off an overhead. Very well done. So 6-5 now. Spartans lead here on court number 3. I know, Westoff, you're busy. If you want to throw us to court number 2 in the meantime, would be very much appreciated. Again, Spartans taking a 6-2 decision at the number 1 spot Action happening over on court number 2 right now as well. Was on serve 5-all when we last checked in. As of right now, here's where things currently stand. Ooh, interesting. That is a flawless topspin lob. And here at the number 2 spot, Marley Lambert. Nicole Conrad for Michigan State. Lambert, freshman out of Corona, California. You see on the near side of your screen here serving. Meanwhile, and she's partnered with Nicole Conrad. Conrad, 5th year out of Boca Raton, Florida. Coming over from Dartmouth for her final season. That was thunderous. There it is. Go green, go white. That energy permeating through this Michigan State roster. Now it's game point chances here for the Spartans at 2, looking to broaden their pathway. And they were down 5-2 here at this number 2 spot. That's a heck of a fight back here for Michigan State. And that's a hold 4-6-all. So breaker to decide things here on 2. 6-5 lead for State at that number 3 spot. Westhoff, you tell me if we can go split screen here in or on Michigan State. I'm not sure if we can do that while you set up other things. If we can we put both 2 and 3 on the board as the Spartans now 1 game away on each court? That is first point here to Illinois State. Let's just go back to 3 for a moment. Let's go back to 3. I feel like we'll be able to catch up with this breaker. But that final service game for Illinois State might move a little bit quicker. So let's go back to number 3. See the early mini break in hand for Illinois State. And now they've got game point chances here at 3. So is it going to be 2 breakers to decide things? Maybe so. Sounds like we're not going to be able to get a split screen. So again, we'll jostle between these 2 as we prepare to bring some of the other action back into your lives. Oh, good hands, good activity, but it will be a breaker to decide things on 3. So let's go back to 2. They're a little further ahead. We'll start with that breaker on court number 2. Again, for Michigan State, it's Nicole Conrad, Marley Lambert taking on Alexandra Abiasova, Sylvia Pomeroli. All right, we're going to bring in Minnesota for the meantime. Again, a couple of breakers here as we want to spread the love. Minnesota again trailing 3-0. We start on court number 1 there, where that could be the decider here for Memphis today. 5-0 lead for Rente. Exo Garcia taking on Annette Costal. So 6-all, 3-all now. So it's 3-all at the turn there. Meanwhile, you see, I think that scoreboard might even be behind super producer Daniel Westoff. I see a 5-love lead on court number 4 for me. Just really good tennis from Illinois State. They're swinging freely right now. So they're 2 points away from taking a breaker on 2. Again, they've been in control from the start. Meanwhile, you see right now Minnesota 3 points away from the opening set on 1. They only need to win 1 of the 4 singles matches out on court, which is good because Minnesota's up right now 4-0 and 5-1. On courts 2 and 3. On serve on 4. This number 1 spot really the spot for Memphis right now. Apologies. Looking at the scoreboard, sinking, figuring out who's who. It's only going to get better from here, college tennis fans, as we work through the rest of every week. That's this Big Ten tennis. Call confirmed. It did miss just long. So match points coming up for Illinois State at that number 2 doubles position. They're going to walk away with the doubles point? They just might. They do walk away with the decision at 2, so it's a 7-6 set to Illinois State. We go over to number 3 now in East Lansing. And that's a hold for Minnesota. So the serving marker's incorrect. That is court number 1, though, Westhoff. It's 1-love. Minnesota gets on the board. 5-1 lead, though, from Memphis on the far side of your screen. Meanwhile, all right, Michigan State, Illinois State, it comes down to the number 3 double spot. 4-3. Spartans serving with the mini break lead on the far side of your court. Illinois State on this near side here. Sudden now, it's Illinois State, the 5-4 mini break lead. Match points for Illinois State. Are they about to walk into East Lansing and take the doubles point? Do the Spartans find a response? Their backs against the wall. First match point fought off. You can see, by the way, Memphis 2 points away from the first set at 1, but cross goal for Minnesota just will not go away. Meanwhile, we make the turn. 6-all in the breaker on 3. Meanwhile, how about that? Break point chances for Koskell. She looks to just hang around in that first set against Memphis. Again, Memphis just needs to win one of the 4 singles matches in play, as unfortunately Minnesota unable to field a full complement of players here today. Actually, Westhoff, can we go full on court number 3? Let's go full for the ending of this Michigan State-Illinois State match. We'll get back to Minnesota in a moment, and Westhoff, when we do get back to Minnesota, let's go Minnesota-Nebraska 2-box. Get back to that Nebraska match as well. Gutsy poach from the freshman, Juliet Nask. So now it's match point Spartans here at the number 3 spot. State takes it. 1-0 doubles point for Michigan State. 6-2 win at the number 1 spot, and then a hard-fought 7-6 decision for the Spartans at 3. So let's go back to Minnesota. Go court number 1 there. We'll start to work a split screen with Nebraska into the mix as well. You see 5-2 here right now at the number 1 spot. We're going to stay there in this Minnesota match, simply being, again, Memphis only needs 1 point to close out the victory. We do have singles underway. Just about all our other locations right now, Indiana, down 1-0 to Belmont as singles action gets underway. Again, Nebraska currently leading 1-0 as they take on Wyoming. Bring that back on your screen here now. Let's introduce all the matchups we've got going on. As you see, by the way, Cito Garcia, a couple of points away. At the number 1 spot here, it's changeover, but this is where we'll kick things off as at the number 1 spot, Sophie Zahender, junior out of Stuttgart, Germany, with the 3-2 lead right now. She's taking on Nebraska's Anna Carmen Zemburek. Zemburek coming over from Baylor. 3-2 at the number 1 spot right now. Of course, worth noting right now, one more match of our slate getting underway. Purdue taking on Toledo. Have coverage of that match for you coming up in a little bit here. And it's early right now on every set in this Nebraska match just because they're a little further along. The only separation, Isabel Gallego on 3 for Nebraska, a 4-1 lead. Bordadina for Wyoming, a 4-1 lead at 4. Everything otherwise pretty narrow in terms of the scoreboard. By the way, just an update on some action happening that we were monitoring earlier. Penn State now 2-1 lead on James Madison. Chekosova, the win at 1. Georgita, the win at 3. They're also up 6-3-5 all at 4. Looking to split sets at 2. So it does look like Penn State should walk away with the victory, but they're not unscathed as they got, again, exactly what they were looking for with James Madison here today. Meanwhile, you see it set point coming up for Tuxedo Garcia and Memphis at the #1 spot. By the way, Koskol here, who you see on your screen, freshman out of Tallinn, Estonia. A lot of Tallinn, Estonia love today. A couple of players from that area. Meanwhile, around Tuxedo Garcia, the senior, Catalonia. It's a deuce point, set point chance for the senior. Meanwhile, break point chance is back for Nebraska here at 1. And they do break back at 1. Actually, super producer Daniel Westoff, I know this is going to make your life difficult. I know we just switched to Nebraska. Can we get the Indiana Belmont on our right side? I want to get us just introducing all of our matches here. As you see the hold on 1, we're going to hold with that first set for one more game in Memphis, Minnesota. But let's just introduce all of our Indiana matches in singles. Then we're going to actually spend some time with Nebraska and Michigan State for the second half of this half hour. So what we're going to do now, Memphis, Minnesota, Indiana, Belmont until 12:30. Then around 12:30, we'll switch back to Michigan State, Nebraska. After that, we'll start working in our men's matches at the top of the hour. Okay, quick change of plans here. From a tech standpoint, what actually makes sense is we're going to keep these two on your screen for the next 15 minutes. So we're going to lock in here on these two matches. Then we're going to make a hockey switch. Get back to Michigan State. Get back to Indiana. But again, tech-wise, this makes the most sense for now. So this is where we're going to stay. As you see right now, credit to Koskol of Minnesota. She knows, again, she can't afford to drop a set. They're down 3-0, given the limitations they have on their roster today, and she has come crawling back here in the set. Meanwhile, again, as soon as we get to a changeover on court #1 in Nebraska, I want to start introducing our other 6 singles matches there. That will actually be our next move, super producer Daniel Westoff, introducing the 6 singles matches in Wyoming, Nebraska. And actually, we don't have time to wait. Can we go straight to court #2, please, super producer Daniel Westoff, in Nebraska, Wyoming? I know we've got break points coming up, but I want to try and help us get to a set point. So we'll go to court #2 in Nebraska. Sam Alicia, the transfer from Arizona State, a senior from Miami, Florida. She's got a 4-2 lead here today. She's taking on Maria Orshkina, the 5th year out of Moscow, Russia. Competing here on 2, but let's go straight to 3. And I could have just taken us straight there, but I figured I'd sneak in another introduction. Isabel Gallego, 5-1 30-love lead for the junior out of Mallorca, Spain. Gallego taking on Mariska Brink. Brink, the junior, out of the Netherlands. As you see, a deuce point set point now coming up on 1. I don't know. Tuxedo Garcia can't get out of this game. Now, all of a sudden, you kind of have to favor Costco, right? Set point now on 3 for Nebraska. What a point we've got on going here on 1. What a point for Tuxedo Garcia. Yeah, she had to earn it, but she does take a 6-3 set on court number 1 for these Minnesota Gophers. Can we go over to court number 2? I know Westhoff, I apologize if I know they're labeled a little bit differently for Minnesota, but the number 2 singles match is Zoe Wheel versus Camila Suarez. If we could, please, Westhoff, in that Minnesota-Memphis matchup. Memphis getting a big first set. That might be the only first set that they end up with. Oh, no, they got another one at the number 2 spot, but as you see, first set for Nebraska on court number 3 is the junior Gallego, delivering a 6-1 decision. That's just darn good tennis there for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And let's see, where else do they have leads right now? I suppose we can go straight to court number 4 in Nebraska. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, as again, we try to introduce everything in that Nebraska match. You see we've made the switch on 2, where Zoe Wheel, one of the veterans on this Minnesota team, Wheel, 5th year, Columbus, Ohio. She's taking on Camila Suarez, the junior out of Lima, Peru. Right now, you see breakpoint chances here for Wyoming at that number 4 spot. For Wyoming, it's Violeta Borodina, freshman out of Russia. She's taking on Rafael Lacasa, junior out of Canada, excuse me, transferring over from Kansas. And it is another break for Borodina. So 5-2 lead Wyoming at the number 4 spot. Let's go over to court number 5 now. Again, introducing a little bit of everyone here. 4-3 lead right now for Nebraska at this number 5 spot. It's Anfisa Danilchenko, sophomore out of Moscow, Russia, coming over from the University of Minnesota, as a matter of fact, for Danilchenko. She's taking on Nicole Dabrilova, the junior out of Valencia, Spain. And again, Westhoff, 9:30 if we can make a hockey switch. As you see, Suarez breaks back for 4-5 on Vale, so she will play on there over on court number 2. Yeah, she does indeed break back 4-5-4. Actually, we're going to stick on 2, although for what it's worth, again, it's Iva Schmitz for Minnesota. Iva Schmitz, freshman out of Landstuhl, Germany. Schmitz a 6-1, 2-1 lead over Memphis's Emily Meyer, the sophomore out of Brand, Austria. So Minnesota with a first set at number 5. Memphis has first sets at 1, and then on court number 4, it's Monique Woog, senior out of Lakeland, Tennessee for Memphis. She's got a 6-3 first set on Zainab Sarioghlan, excuse me, Zainab Sarioghlan junior out of Ankara, Turkey. So that's where things stand for now. The key thing is Zoe Wheel really needs to put a first set, another one on the board here for Minnesota if they're going to have any chance in coming back here today. So we're going to stick with 2. Meanwhile, you see again, Nebraska serving to separate itself on 5. So we'll hang here for a moment. But at 9:30 Westhoff, let's get ready to bring back another split screen, Indiana, Michigan State. So again, that scoreboard a hair behind on court number 2, Westhoff, if you don't mind hitting refresh for Minnesota. As after that redrop, it'll be set points now for Zoe Wheel at that number 2 spot. 5-4, 40-15. 3 break point chances. Meanwhile, you see things closing in for Nebraska. Fisa Danilchenko at that number 5 spot. She's 2 points away from the set. That'd be a second first set for these Cornhuskers. They still go by Cornhuskers, or do they drop the corn? It's just Huskers now. It's unclear to me. Fights off the first set point. It's a deuce point coming up on 2. And it's a set point, 3 of them coming up for Nebraska on 5. First fought off. Meanwhile, there's the set for Minnesota, Zoe Wheel. Got a little complicated on her. She takes it, though, 6-4. So that's 2 first sets now for this Minnesota team. Courts 2 and 3. Meanwhile, Memphis takes the decisions on courts 1 and 4. Let's head over to court number 3, though, now. Iva Schmitz taking on Emily Meyer. Schmitz again. Freshman out of Landstuhl, Germany. Meyer, the sophomore out of Brand, Austria. First set, Nebraska on court number 5, so it's a double line switch. For Minnesota, let's go to court number 3, please, West. Up for Nebraska, let's go to court 6. Court 6 for Nebraska, where Jillian Rowe, sophomore out of La Crescenta, California. Game-point chances to take a 5-3 lead right now for Rowe. She's taking on Ana Fernandez. Fernandez, the 5th year out of Madrid, Spain. Again, that's court 6 in Nebraska. Meanwhile, you see Schmitz, the 6-1, 3-2 lead. Good lighting, good camera angles there at the University of Minnesota indoor facility. So right now, Nebraska's Jillian Rowe again serving for the set on 6. Stay there, but for what it's worth, Wyoming does take a couple of first sets themselves. 6-4 first set at the number 1 spot for Zahender. 6-2 first set for Bordadina over Lacasse at that number 4 spot. So 2 first sets apiece. Sam Alicia's serving for the set right now for Nebraska at 2. Jillian Rowe serving for the set here as well at the number 6 spot. We'll see now if Rowe can dig herself out of this jam. Again, Alex Gruskin here. Got some other matches going on around the country as well. At least Big Ten country, of course. Michigan State, Indiana. Each competing, each dropped the doubles point. Indiana to Belmont. Excuse me, Michigan State escaping with the doubles point over Illinois State. Get back to those matches as soon as we're done with these first sets here, I promise. And so Westhoff, in fact, get that Michigan State, Indiana double box ready for us, please. As it is going to be breakpoint chances for Fernandez here on 6. Meanwhile, Schmitz continuing to just do her thing for Minnesota at that number 3 spot. So it is a break. Play extended 5-4 on both courts 2 and 6 in Nebraska. Those are two pivotal moments. And I'm going to make an executive decision. I think we should stay with this Nebraska match until we see these final two first sets decided. I apologize, super producer Daniel Westoff. So I'm going to ask you to keep that State Indiana 2-box on standby. You see the 6-1, 4-2 lead for Schmitz on 3. Let's see if she can't close in the meantime as well. Actually, for Minnesota, can we quickly pop over to court number 4? Haven't shown any of court 4 yet. 6-3 first set went to Monique Woog, senior from Lakeland, Tennessee for Memphis, but Minnesota's made a push. They're now up 3-love. Zainab Sarioglan, junior out of Ankara, Turkey, up 3-love in that second set. So let's go, if we can, to court number 4 at Minnesota. Again, now we've shown you a little bit of all 4 of those singles matches. Gonna stick here at Nebraska, court number 6. See if Jillian can't get out of this jam. Meanwhile, it's worth noting Alicia was also broken. So 5-4 Cornhuskers on 2 and 6. You feel like if they can take both of those, that's 4 first sets. Then now all of a sudden, the lead gets a little padded. And if Wyoming takes one of these sets, though, all of a sudden it's all square through the first hour of singles. You see a frustrated Jillian Rowe here. How could she not be? Darn good tennis at this number 6 spot. Rowe, Fernandez extending rallies, moving the ball around the court. Credit to Fernandez. Love her willingness to move forward there. Better pass, though, from Rowe for 15-all. Is that 4-0 now for Minnesota? At the number 4 spot, it looks like it is. By the way, set point right now for Sam Alicia at 2 for Nebraska, so it looks like they are going to get at least 3 first sets. Again, Jillian Rowe the chance for 4 here. And again, why is this set on 4 so critical here for Minnesota? Well, they lost the doubles point and then were unable to play players at the number 5 or 6 singles position. So they spotted Memphis essentially a 3-love lead. Need to fight back from dropping first sets at the number 4, number 2 spot, number 1 and 4 spots. Looks like they're close to doing so here at 4. Again, then all the pressure goes on the net. Cosco, Laurent, Tuxedo, Garcia at that number 1 spot. But okay, looks like Fernandez, again, game point chances here for 5-all on 6. Looking to prevent oh no, excuse me, it's set point chances for Nebraska here at 6. The first of which is fought off, as you see. Meanwhile, it is another set point chance for Sam Alicia. First fought off by Orishkina of Wyoming. But the first set does go to Sam Alicia, 6-4 at 2 for Nebraska. So Nebraska now takes doubles and first sets on courts 2, 3, and 5. They can make it doubles and 4 first sets with a win on 6. That's track meet stuff. But in the end, it's Jillian Rowe clinching the 4th first set of the match for Nebraska. They are now in a commanding position over in Lincoln doubles. First sets on courts 2, 3, 5, and 6. Keep our eye on that match in Lincoln. Meanwhile, you look at this matchup here. Again, Minnesota fighting for their lives. We'll keep an eye on it. But Westhoff, we're ready. Let's do the full lineup switch. Ready to bring in our matches at Michigan State and Indiana. Indiana down 1-0 to Belmont after doubles. Michigan State escaping with the 1-0 doubles point over Illinois State. There you see back Indiana on your screen. 1-0 lead right now for Belmont after they took the doubles point. Westhoff, can we get right to court number 5 at Indiana? Right now, Indiana is in cruise control. They have looked so much better in the doubles, in the singles. We head straight over to court number 5 where Nicole Teodescu, she's got a 6-love, 5-love lead at 5 for Indiana. I know Westhoff right now trying to shuffle us in between sites. I apologize for overwhelming him with all these requests. As you see, a bouncing, I believe Laura Schneider, no, excuse me, a bouncing Maria Halahola. Lahola currently down 6-1 3-love. It's Laura Schneider of Indiana cruising at this top spot. see on your screen Michigan State back as well. Again, still trying to figure out the scoreboards, who's playing where in Indiana Belmont. Indiana did take 5 first sets in singles, 4. They're up 6-0, 5-0 at 5, 6-4, 2-0 at 4, 6-4, 6-1, 3-0 at 1, 6-4, love 1 at 2. Meanwhile, let's talk about those Michigan State matches. You see court number 1. It'll be Lisa Vevalainen. Vevalainen, and certainly sophomore out of Turku, Finland. See the Lion and currently down currently down 4-3 on serve here in set number 1. She's taking on Tiana Zlatanovic. Zlatanovic, the junior, out of Salzburg, Austria, 4-3 here. And again, early, not a ton of separation. Illinois State actually the only set on the board. 6-2 they took a set at number 4. We'll get there in a moment, but let's stick here on 1 just for the hottest of seconds. Again, Lisa Vevalainen at this number 1 spot. How about that point on 1? Now we're talking. It's been 4-3 here. Credit to this Illinois State team. No separation right now. 2 breakers. 1 apiece, really deciding thing. Illinois State need them both, but Michigan State gets that breaker at 3. Catch the doubles point. Man, again, Illinois State's been right there. This Illinois State team 5-2 overall in the year. Tough losses at Illinois and Xavier, but good wins for Milwaukee, Northern Illinois. Good win at Chicago State. Little interstate battle. It's really good tennis at this number 1 spot. Michigan State 4-all now. Gets the break back here in set number 1. Let's go to court number 2 there. Again, trying to figure out our court assignments at Indiana. We have clarity for Michigan State, so let's go to court number 2 for Michigan State now. We can go to court number 2 for Indiana also. Just, again, I apologize if I'm incorrect there. By the way, Indiana got a win. So, West, can we update that Indiana Belmont scoreboard? It's now 1-all overall. Teodosescu, an 0-0 win at the number 5 spot. Belmont taking the doubles point, so 1-all overall. Meanwhile, Indiana does get 5 first sets in singles as well. So Indiana back in command now here in Bloomington. Again, Alex Gruskin here. We're monitoring about 5 matches right now happening in Big Ten play. Right now, it's Big Ten teams, I would say, leading in control of all 5. We showed you the doubles point earlier today between James Madison and Penn State. Penn State dropping that doubles point. They've come roaring back, though, in singles, as Penn State right now 3-1. And Yvonne Zafova actually a 5-1 lead in the 3rd set. So it looks like Penn State's going to get out with a 4-1 victory. That is a good win over a scrappy James Madison team. Meanwhile, you see court number 2, Sabi Nahlani. Nahlani. Fifth year coming over from Wake Forest for this Indiana team. She's got a 6-4, 2-1 lead right now. Nahlani taking on Abby Solomon. Solomon, sophomore out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Meanwhile, you see 5-4 now. Trading breaks on court number 1. Can we go to court number 2 in Michigan State now? Try to run you through all these matches happening on each of these courts. Again, we talked about the number 2 matchup there for Indiana. Here for Michigan State, they're in trouble. They're down 5-2. Alexandra Abdiasova, senior, transfer from Barton College. So she went from playing D3 here to Illinois State D1 action. Abdiasova, 5-2 lead here. She's taking on one of the veterans in this Michigan State lineup. Can the junior out of Weston, Florida. One of the brightest spots in the Spartans lineup yesterday. Last year, Can 10-6 in dual match play, 13-8 overall in singles. Again, but she's down right now. It's a 5-2 lead for Illinois State here at 2. Again, right now, looking for this Indiana team. Right now, Indiana leads, setting a break on courts 2, 4, and 6. They've already taken the point on 5, so they've got the pathway home. Meanwhile, again, right now, Illinois State is Michigan State's in trouble on these top 2 courts. Again, I believe Abyasova's serving for the set. So you see the changeover on 2. It is, I believe, a first set, or we have 5-4 here. Unclear, but guess what? Illinois State's the one with the leads. Let's go over to court number 3 now, Michigan State, Illinois State. Illinois State with a 5-4 lead at 1. Either 5-3 or 6-3, as we saw there, are 2. They already took a 6-2 set at 4, and right now they are up 5-3. Here we go, 5-3, 30 all. Devena Kolarevich. Freshman out of Belgrade, Serbia. She's taking on Nicole Conrad. Conrad, the 5th year. Again, transferring over from Dartmouth. Right now, it's set point chances, ISU. Wow. There's the set, 6-3, goes the way of Illinois State. And by the way, that's court number 3 here for Indiana. Court number 3, that's actually Belmont's 1 lead, 6-2, 4 all. Rizoldakova. She's actually got a 6-2-4 all, love 30, now love 40 break point chances back. So she may put a point on the board, but right now, I mean, the upset that's brewing is in Michigan State. No, it's definitely court number 3 there, Westoff. I just, again, I don't know how Indiana's structuring their courts. That's definitely 3. Meanwhile, you see the 6-3 set on 3. Westoff, let's go back to court number 2, actually. So it was a break for Can. So it's 5-4 there. Boy, Michigan State's in some trouble. They're down 2 first sets. It's 5 all at 1. They're down 4-5 at 2. They're down 4-5 at 6. Let's stick with that number 2 spot there. Again, we know Northwestern's going to take on Vanderbilt on the men's side. That match starts at the top of the hour. Purdue right now doing battle with Toledo. that match going on as well. We'll get to the men's action, I'd say about 1:30 Eastern time. So you guys can expect our coverage of the men's action to begin. In court number 2, it's 4-5 here. If the scoreboard's down on 2, let's go over to 6 for Michigan State, Westhoff. We don't need to, again, inject that confusion. Wow, by the way, Toledo took the doubles point over Purdue. So it's a 1-0 lead right now. Their doubles points tough for these Big Ten schools here today. Meanwhile, at number 6, you see 5-all. Illinois State, though, 30-15 on serve. You see here for Indiana, 6-2, 5-4 lead for Zlotakova. Let's see if she can serve it out. We know what the score is here. And Westhoff, that's court 3 if you want to change the logo. This is definitely court 3. Or change the scoreboard, excuse me. I don't really care about the logo. Thank you. Yep, there it is. I don't know if we're going to be able to find court number 4 right now, but it's match points Indiana on 4. So 6-4, 5-1 there. If they do complete, we'll update that scoreboard. That's why we're going to stick with this Indiana match for about 10 more minutes. That sails on Michigan State at 6. Oh, and that is a vicious swinging volley from Zlotakova at the number 3 spot. So she's 3 points away from the match. Meanwhile, Westhoff 2-1 Indiana. Mila Macic, 6-4, 6-1. So it's 2-1 Hoosiers. They get wins at the 3 and 5 spots, closing in on a win at number 2 as well. So Hoosiers approaching the finish line. Nice bounce back for this Indiana team after a rough doubles point. Meanwhile, how about this? 5-all deuce in a critical first set juncture. Issy Purser on the near side for Michigan State. She's taking on Elena Jankolovska. There it is. We'll get the pronunciations better moving forward as well. Yeah, that missed wide. I agree. Again, it's a live stream, but that seemed accurate to me. So Purser with the break. Issy Purser. First year on the job for the freshman from Ascot, the United Kingdom. She takes a 6-5 lead, will now serve for the set. Meanwhile, again, Indiana fighting to stay alive on court number 3. Ooh, let's go over to court number 1 now, where Lisa Vehviläinen, sophomore from Michigan State, court number 1 on Michigan State, 6-5. She has the lead, looking to close out set number 1. Again, Illinois State's already got 2 first sets. They took them at courts number 3 and 4. Michigan State with a 6-2 first set at 5. It's either 5-6 or further. Or 5-all or further, on courts 1, 2, and 6. And how about this? Set point chances for the Spartans at 1. Meanwhile, Penn State, 4-1 winners over James Madison. So they were the first team to start this fad of dropping the doubles point today. And yet they're through with a 4-1 victory. That's a nice win for the Nittany Lions, now 7-5 overall in the year. Meanwhile, there's the break on 3. So we're going to play on here on court number 3. Can we find court number 2, Westoff? Do we think that's possible? Match points coming up for Sabi Nilani. First set for Michigan State, 7-5 on 1. So let's go back to court number 6 at Michigan State. Again, want to see the ending of these first sets. Monitoring 4 matches right now across Big Ten country. For what it's worth, Nebraska did end up getting 4 first sets. They're in a dogfight, though, with Wyoming. That match far from finished. Memphis did close out Minnesota. In the end, Memphis got a straight set win at that number 1 position. So Memphis, winners over Minnesota. Westoff, you can knock that off your board now. And unfortunately, again, Minnesota playing with only 4 players today. Iva Schmitz did close out her win at number 3, 1-2, but unfortunately, Annette Costco, 3-3 loss to Iran Tuxedo Garcia. So it is a 4-1 win for Memphis over Minnesota. Westoff, can again close that one out of your screen. Getting ready, though, to bring Purdue Toledo. Northwestern Vanderbilt into the mix here at the top of the end. In fact, Northwestern Vanderbilt now officially underway. I want to watch all these first sets. I want to see again, can we get this Indiana book match over the finish line? Three 3-1 Indiana. Sabi Nilani, 6-4, 6-1. So Indiana gets straight set wins at 2, 4, and 5. Westoff, I know we're on the search here. Can we find court number 6? I believe they'll be in a changeover right now. It's Lauren Lemons taking on Allie Getty. That's going to be our clinching match if I had to guess. It's 7-5, 4-1 right now. Indiana's in the lead there. If we can find it, we can stay there the rest of the way. Meanwhile, you see on court number 6, Michigan State, a little push at the end here. They get a 7-5 set at 6. That set it is. Abyasova for Illinois State, 6-4 set at 2. So, 3 first sets apiece for Michigan State and Illinois State. The good news, if you're a Spartan fan, you took that hard-fought doubles point. So you're halfway home in Michigan State, Illinois State. I don't know if we're ready to change courts, change sites yet. Super producer Daniel Westoff again. I think he's on the search for 6 here in Indiana. If you do want to change courts, though, take us to court number 4, please, in that Michigan State, Illinois State matchup. Again, we're getting ready to move on from these matches. I believe we have found court number 6. Here we go. And you see on your screen, it's the 7-5, 4-2 lead here for Lauren Lemons. Lemons, the 5th year out of Carmel, Indiana. She's taking on Allie Getty. Getty, the sophomore out of Nashville, Tennessee. Getty on that far side of your screen. I believe this is Lemons on the near side. Meanwhile, yeah, Nebraska dogfights everywhere. No set and break leads. And right now, Wyoming's looking to close things out at 1 and 4. Ooh. Westoff, is there any way to swap out Michigan State, Illinois State with Nebraska, Wyoming? If we can do that, let's try to do that. Let's go straight to court number 1 or 4, please. Courts number 1 or 4. And right now it's 1-love Nebraska, but again, Wyoming's closing in. They might force a split on 5. And right now looking to close out sets at 1 and 4. They might also, right now Wyoming's looking to close out matches. They're up 6-4, 5-4 at 1, as you see here, serving for it. They're up 6-2, 5-2 at 4. They're up 6-5 in the second set on 3. Can force a split there. Can force a split on 5, where they're up 5-3 in the second set. No, Wyoming's made this a match. And it's still 1-0 overall here in Nebraska, Wyoming. So shout out to super producer Dana Westoff, has our scoreboard set. Meanwhile, again, Lemons, Getty doing battle. Indiana 1 win away if Lauren Lemons can get over the finish line. Meanwhile, Laura Schneider for Indiana, 6-1, 4-all, 30-all lead on Maria La Jolla at that number 1 spot. All right, Nebraska staying alive. Again, here at the number 1 spot, it's Anna Carmen Zumberich, sophomore transfer from Baylor for Nebraska. She's taken on Sophie Zahender, the junior from Stuttgart, Germany. Now she's got breakpoint chances to extend the match on 1. Meanwhile, Lemons is 1 game away. So breakpoint chances coming up here on 1. Breakpoint chance for Nebraska on 4, but that breakpoint might turn into a match point very quickly, Westoff. So just have the finger ready to get us to court 4 in Wyoming, Nebraska, please. Boy, good matches everywhere. Nope, it's a Nebraska hold 4-4-5. Interesting, so Wyoming. Oh no, it's a deuce point, match point. Westoff, can you take us to court 4 quickly in Nebraska, Wyoming? You see the break there, 4-5-all. We're playing on 1, but it's a deuce point, match point chance here for Wyoming. Meanwhile, we're going to stay on Indiana court 6. You see, serving for the dual match right now is the 5th year, Lauren Lemons, and that's good because Laura Schneider just got broken. Belmont serving to force a split at 1, so this is it, Indiana fans. You want this match done uncomplicated? Lemons gets over the finish line here. And there's the match to Wyoming. 1-0 overall as Violetta Bordadina 6-2 win for the freshman from Russia. Let's go over to court number 3 now in this Nebraska-Wyoming match. Breaker to decide the second set. Isabel Gallego, 6-1, 6-all lead. Gallego, junior on Mallorca, Spain. Taking on Noiska Brink, junior out of the Netherlands. Meanwhile, again, we're working towards a match point on 6. I think she's 2 points away. Meanwhile, not what you want to see if you're a Nebraska fan. Again, Nebraska took doubles. They got 4 first sets as well. Boy, oh boy, has Wyoming just come roaring back. Straight set win at 4. They might force third sets. 3 spots as well. Meanwhile, I think it's it, Matt Westhoff. Put the graphic on the board. Believe it's match point chances for the match for Indiana at 6. And that's a hard-fought victory for Indiana. From a doubles point down, 4 straight set singles victories for the Hoosiers. They take 2, 4, 5, and 6. And Indiana, 4-1 winners over Belmont. Not the worst way to end your February if you're this Hoosiers group. Meanwhile, all right, let's go full screen here for this breaker on 3. Indiana and Penn State, your 2 winners so far on the day. Right now, we've got Nebraska 1-1 here against Wyoming, and I know we've got Michigan State right now. Again, 3 first sets and a doubles point there, locked in a battle with Illinois State. Toledo takes a doubles point, and they've got the lead right now on Purdue. And then just getting underway, we've got Northwestern taking on Vanderbilt. Have that match coming up for you all. I think we're going to unfortunately miss the doubles portion of that one. We'll, of course, have it, though, for singles. That'll be our final match of the day, and so we'll get a little more time with that one alone in the meantime. Again, Westhoff, as soon as you're ready to bring Michigan State back on the screen, please feel comfortable to do so, and honestly take us to court number 3 at Michigan State right away as Illinois State's racing to a singles point. But how about that pass? Oh, just long. Off the racket of Gallego. And you see it's match points now coming up for Gallego here. Well, again, for Michigan State, from 6-2, 3 love down. How about that? 6-2, 6-3, 3 love down. Excuse me, now 6-3, 3-2. Nicole Conrad. Over, again, from Dartmouth. Making a bit of a turnaround here for the Spartans. How about that? 2 matches fought off here by Wyoming at the number 3 spot. And that's Mariska Brink, the junior out of the Netherlands. And this is a big moment for Nebraska. Not only are they looking to get off the board here, this match could be done in the next 10 minutes. 6-all, 6-all for Gallego. Right now, Sam Alicia's serving for the match too, 6-4, 5-3 at the number 2 spot for Nebraska. They're also up 6-3, 5-all deuce. Danilchenko taking on Dobralova. So it's an inflection point. This is a massive moment. Again, if you're Wyoming, you can force a 3rd hour to this match. If you're Nebraska, you can get off the court right now. All right, from 2 match points down to set point chance for Wyoming. Wow. No way. No way. So from match points down, the lob goes over the head of Gallego. We're going the distance. I don't believe it. Let's go over to court number 2 here in Nebraska. Again, now they need, if they want this match to be uncomplicated, Jillian Rowe, who's down a break but up a set for Nebraska at number 6. She's got to find a way to turn things around. Meanwhile, again, court number 3 right now for Michigan State. It is the 5th-year Nicole Conrad looking to turn things around, 6-3, 3-2. Actually, let's go over to court number 5, please, Westhoff in Michigan State. Court number 5, or Juliet Nask. I've been impressed by the energy, the relentlessness of this freshman from Westchester, New York. Nask, a 6-2, 4-1 lead right now, taking on Sylvia Pomeroli. You see Nask, the 6-2, 4-2 lead, 30-all now. I believe she's on that far side of your screen. She's always bouncing. There's, again, the word frisky. It's just like there's just a friskiness. I like it. I'm in. I'm not saying all the chips are in yet, but there's something about her game. You saw it in the doubles as well. The energy she brings. It's what you see with freshmen sometimes. They have that puppy dog eye excitement in the best possible sense of, hey, I've never played in the team format before. I've never had so much noise, stimulus around me on a tennis court. This is fun. That's a great response, though. That's just good tennis from Sylvia Pomeroli. Pomerolling that one up the line. Sorry, Westhoff, you can mute me if you don't like that. But now it's a deciding point. We'll throw the graphic on your screen. Okay, camera 2 turned off at Nebraska. Apologies. I'm going to assume that means Alicia's about to get over the finish line, and it looks like she is about to. Match points coming up. Westhoff, then in that case, it'll be 2-1 Nebraska. And can you take us over to court number 5 next there? We'll go double 5s. It's unclear to me what the conversation is here. I apologize. I was looking at a scoreboard. Can't be calling a let. I'll tell you that much. Obviously, coach in on the discussion as well. The deuce point goes to Illinois State, so 4-3, still a set and a break lead here for the freshman for Michigan State, Juliet Nask. Let's head over to court number 4 in Michigan State. Court number 4, as you see a massive deuce point here on 5. And Nebraska give themselves a shot to serve for the set. Oh, wow. We'll put a pin in that, folks. Nebraska gets off the court here pretty fluidly. That might be your reason why, and I think our scoreboard must be off here on 5. It's either ahead or behind there. Maybe now comes the deuce point. Or no, it's a game behind. Okay, I see. So this is probably the 6-5 game. What are we doing here? Yeah, I think that scoreboard's incorrect. I believe it's 6-all. Okay, it will be a second set breaker. There we go. And by the way, Nebraska forces a third set on 1. We saw Wyoming force a third set on 3. So again, this is either going to get complicated here. And Ana Fernandez for Wyoming now up 5-3 in the second set on 6. So it looks like it is going to get complicated. Barring a quick 4-game turnaround there, this match has at least another 30 minutes to it. As it is a breaker here on 1. Here on 5, excuse me. Meanwhile, you see 6-2, 5-4 Michigan State now looking to force a third, expand their pathway to victory. Here at the number 4 spot, it's Marley Lambert, freshman, Corona, California, taking on Tara Damjanovic, senior. Havo, Serbia. See the Michigan State freshman serving court on the near side of your screen. Yeah, that scoreboard is off, by the way. It is a second set breaker right now, deciding things on court number 5. Great response from Michigan State. They've been pushed here today. They never folded. It's a young group. They're fighting well on every court. When I say a young group, yeah, there are a bunch of juniors, sophomores in the mix, but a young group in terms of how little they competed together. And that's why, again, if you're head coach Kim Bruno, you are thrilled with your freshmen here, as if we're going 3. On court number 4, pathway expanded for Michigan State. Let's go back to court number 5 there. Let's see if Juliet Nask can't get off the court in straight sets. 5-3, you see again. Nask now 1 game away. Meanwhile, Purdue currently taking 1, 2, 3 first sets as they try to mount a comeback against Toledo. Northwestern in a battle right now. They're down breaks at the 1 and 2 double spots against Vanderbilt. Again, all that action coming up here momentarily at Cracked Rackets. In fact, super producer Daniel Westoff, if you don't mind getting that Purdue match ready to rock and roll, we're going to go there in a second. We'll see if Michigan State can get, actually, we'll see if Nebraska here. We'll see if Nebraska can get off the court as we make the turn. I still think we're going to have plenty of time in that Nebraska match, so we'll come back to it. Although, hey, credit to Jillian Rowe. She does hold 4-4-5 to put some pressure on Wyoming at that number 6 spot. But again, 4-2 lead here, by the way, in the breaker for Danilchenko. $5-2 lead for Danilchenko. She's 2 points away from the match now. So let's go full on. No, just kidding. No full. Belay the full. Super producer Daniel Westoff, as I didn't realize we're now 2 points away from the match on each of these number 5s. 5-2 Nebraska, 5-2 Michigan State. And again, you take it with a grain of salt if you'd like, but I'm buying some stock on this Michigan State freshman. I'm kind of in on the game here, the energy of Juliet Nask. I want to see more. She definitely has my attention here in the short term. I love it. It's the bounce back. It's the recovery after every point. It's a match point here on both courts. 5 for Michigan State and Nebraska. Let's throw that graphic on your screen. So there it is. Michigan State now 2-love lead as they take a 6-2, 6-3 decision from freshman Juliet Nask at the number 5 spot. Let's go over to court number 3 at Michigan State. Yeah, match is over. The hair can come down. The winner's routine for Juliet Nask as she offers up a 2-love lead here now for Michigan State. Meanwhile, freshman Nicole Conrad's in, fifth year Nicole Conrad's in some trouble. Nevena Kolarevich. Serving for the match for Illinois State. There it is. 6-3, 7-6 victory for Nebraska's Fisa Danilchenko, the sophomore, making an impact right away after coming over from Minnesota. 2-1 now. Nebraska leads on court number 5. Ooh, let's quickly go to court number 6. Always good when I can drop an ooh sound effect, and you know that's going to, by the way, Westoff, 3-1 lead now. 3-1 for Nebraska. Sam Alicia, 6'4", 6'3". That camera popped off on us on court number 2, but she did close things out. So 3-1 Nebraska leads. If you don't mind updating the scoreboard for me. Meanwhile, Scoreboard's behind here as well on play site, but Jillian Rowe currently break point chances to level things at 5-all in the second set. She does that. Now all of a sudden Nebraska's 2 games away from the match. Nope, she missed it. Sailed on her. Still 2 more break point chances here for Rowe. Again, Jillian Rowe, sophomore out of Crescenta, California, taking on Ana Fernandez, the 5th year out of Madrid, Spain. By the way, I see the breakpoint chances for State to extend the match on 3. Lambert did force a 3rd set on 4. Great performance by the freshman. Oh no, Rowe goes long. So, okay, here's what we'll do. Jillian Rowe gets out of this. We're going to stay here at this match. It's a deuce point for Ana Fernandez. That said, Fernandez forces a 3rd here, Westhoff, and I want you to take us to Purdue, please. We'll go full screen to Michigan State while we wait for that. Actually, let's go full screen Nebraska then here. 5-4, you see 6-3, 5-4. It's a critical deuce point. Again, Jillian Rowe, Ana Fernandez, Fernandez of Wyoming, serving on the near side of your screen. She holds here. Now 3 third sets will decide this match. She doesn't. All of a sudden, the finish line is back in sight for Nebraska. We play on. 5-all here in the second set on court number 6. What to do? Well, we're going to bring Purdue in now anyways. That match over at Michigan State's got some time. So what we're going to do now, Westhoff, as soon as you're ready, you can stay here. 6-4, 5-all. Ignore the scoreboard. 6-4, 5-all for Jillian Rowe of Nebraska. As soon as you're ready, though, Westhoff, let's head over to Purdue, and let's start to stray up on court number 1 there in Purdue. Court number 1 at Purdue. Again, Purdue taking on Toledo. An action happening over in West Lafayette, Indiana. We'll get you to it momentarily. Here we go. Purdue now on your screen. These Purdue Boilermakers. Certainly a tumultuous offseason. Of course, following last year, you saw longtime Purdue men's tennis head coach Pavel Gajdzik stepping down. Assistant Dan Nelson ultimately leaving with him. So now, how about this Purdue team? It's Jeff Young, former, of course, Minnesota men's tennis head coach. Obviously would still be there, and they still elected to keep the program on campus, but unfortunately, financial constraints of the pandemic forcing that Minnesota men's tennis team to be discontinued moving forward. And look, you knew it was never going to be more than a year. It was only going to take Jeff Young at most 12 months to find a new job. Young, one of the kindest guys you'll meet. Obviously had his Minnesota teams in the perennial top 25, top 16 discussion. It's fascinating that he brought over one of his All-American superstars, Felix Corwin, to be his new assistant here at Purdue. But Coach Young taken over this Purdue Boilermaker program. Unfortunately, it's been a slow start for this Purdue team. You look for them here in 2023. Of course, they're working in a bunch of new pieces, but Purdue 1-8 overall to start the season. Again, give the boys some time. It's not as though they've been getting blitzed right by poor teams. They play the toughest schedule losses. Dartmouth, Western Michigan. A lot of 5-2, 4-3 losses as well so far. So this team's just looking for one big win, really, to get everything back on track. Again, they dropped the doubles here, taking on a Toledo team. That's always frisky. You look for Toledo. Currently 7-3 overall. Good wins over Wayne State, Dayton, Duquesne. Tough loss 4-3 at Xavier. 4-0 at Ohio State. 4-1 at Indiana. No shame in any of those losses, though. Obviously would love to get a Big Ten win here today against Purdue. Get their non-conference results, dare I say, consolidated heading into conference action. And you see they've got the big lead here at the #1 spot for Purdue. Pavit Sornlik's up, the junior out of Thailand. He's got a 6-2, 2-1 lead. Taking on the redshirt sophomore, Daniel Labrador. No relation to the dog. Of course, again, we're keeping that on your screen right now for Nebraska, as well as Julian Rowe faces 3 breakpoint chances on a Fernandez now. 6-4, 5-all, 15-40. Animated, if nothing else. That overhead. Too shabby on court #1. Is that lob over the head? It is. So Fernandez breaks, and now 6-5. She'll serve to force a third again. It is even in the third sets elsewhere. On serve 2-1 on court #1. On serve 2-1. The break point chance for Gallego on 3 if you want to go there in the Nebraska match, Westhoff. And then, by the way, you let me know when you have Northwestern ready to rock and roll as well. We'll slowly begin to work them in. Ooh. I'm doing some math in my head, Westhoff. Never a good thing. I mean, both Michigan State and Nebraska are at similar points right now. Michigan State maybe a hair closer with Velvelainen a game away from a 3-1 lead at 1, but I don't know where point 3's coming from, or point 4's coming for Michigan State yet either, so we'll stick to court 3 for now. Again, Gallego had match points. Nebraska could be off the court right now. Instead, it's 2-all here in the third set. And Alex Gruskin here with super producer Daniel Westhoff. Happy to be steering the ship once again. Another fantastic season of Cracked Racquets Big Ten cross-court coverage available for all of you college tennis fans. Actually, Westhoff. Never mind. 3-1 Michigan State does get off the board on court number 1. Meanwhile, third set's underway on courts 2, 4, and 6. So very similar scenarios unfolding right now in this Nebraska, Wyoming, and Michigan State, Illinois State non-conference matches. A couple third setters to decide things. Meanwhile, again, you see the action 6-1, 2-all here, back on serve. Second set on court number 1. Let's head over to court number 2, and let's just start introducing all these Purdue Toledo matches, please, Westhoff. We can just crank through all of them quickly, and then I'll let you know where to settle up here on court number 2. One of the returners for this Purdue team, it's Michael Wozniak, senior out of Warsaw, Poland. Again, more than even on the court, they're going to rely on his leadership off of it. Wozniak, maybe the most experienced player on this Purdue roster right now. He, Sebastian Welch, Thomas Dudek, the 3 seniors I know Jeff Young will be relying on to help keep this team grounded. But of course, for Wozniak up a set right now, he's got a tough one on his hands, taking on Krzysztof Witowska out of Poland, the senior. And you see Wozniak serving on the near side of your screen, up a set on serve. Here in set number 2. Watch 1 point here for Wozniak. Actually, let's see if Wozniak can get the hold. We'll stick here for a moment longer. And you hear the big come on from him. I think that right there is a direct acknowledgement. I need to be the vocal leader. I need to give my guys a little bit more, dare I say, chutzpah to invoke the Yiddish. So it's a deuce point coming up on 2. Again, we'll get to court number 3 in a moment, introduce everything there. Meanwhile, that scoreboard's frozen in the Nebraska match, but if it weren't, it would say 2-all deuce point coming up on court number 3. Again, Gallego had match points about 20 minutes ago, in jeopardy of going down a break here in the third. Nebraska, they needed a 3-2 lead now. You can go over to court number 1 there, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Meanwhile, the deuce point goes the way of Witowska. So it's 3-1 now, Purdue with the break lead at court number 2. Let's go over to court number 3. Court number 3 here now. And it's one of the freshmen on this Purdue team, Mujtaba Ali Khan. Freshman out of Hinsdale, Illinois, is Ali Khan. He's got a 7-5. He currently trails, 7-5. 1-love down a set and a break to Adam Kovac Jr. out of Serbia on this Toledo team. And again, you look, doubles point and 3 first sets for Toledo, so they're halfway home. Interesting. So they look to pull off a little Big Ten upset here of a young up-and-coming. I don't know if up-and-coming might be a bit hyperbolic, but certainly young, unproven's the better word. Unproven Purdue team. Meanwhile, again, that scoreboard for Nebraska on 1 is frozen as well. I apologize. It's currently 2-all in the third set there. In fact, You know what, Westoff? It's the frozen scoreboards are disqualifying. So what we're going to do, if you can take us back to court number 4 at Michigan State. It's 3-1 Michigan State leads. We're going to go to court number 4 where freshman Marley Lambert. She's got a 3-2 lead in the third set there. Oh, wow. Scoreboard's up to date. I stand corrected. So let's go back to court number 3, though. Court number 3 here in Nebraska. We will stay, though, as we now have scoreboards to play with. Meanwhile, a huge moment here for Ali Khan as he looks to level the ship again. Right now, Toledo's halfway home. It's Purdue who's going to have to do a little bit more work if they want to come back here today. Is that scoreboard frozen as well, super producer Daniel Westoff? Can we see if we can get that up to date? If not, we'll have to go back to 1. That scoreboard is frozen. So you know what? Let's do it, actually. Let's go back, if we can. Michigan State, Westoff, on that right side of your screen. We can go full right now for this deuce point for Purdue. As soon as you're ready, though, bring me back to Michigan State court number 4, please. Michigan State court number 4, please. As it's a deuce point here for Kovacs, Ali Khan of Purdue on the near side, Kovacs of Toledo on the far side. That's gorgeous stuff. And you hear the roar from Kovacs. It's really good tennis as, again, we're getting that scoreboard ready for you. I know it says Memphis, Minnesota. Don't worry, it'll say Michigan State, Illinois State in a moment. Let's go back to court number 4 where Marley Lambert, 3-2 lead in the third set. Let's see if she can't clinch for the Spartans here today for what it's worth. Third set's going to be underway on courts number 2. And 6 as well. This set the furthest along of any of the group. There it is. You see the 4-1 lead here. Interesting. It says 3-2 on my. Nope, 4-1 now. And Michigan State cruising towards the finish line. And I've been impressed by both of their freshmen. Marley Lambert at 4, Juliet Nask at 5. I see your recruiting class, Coach Bruno. I see what you did there. I'm intrigued. Putting a little pin in this Michigan State team. I'm not saying they're going to be top 25, maybe even not even NCAA tournament contenders this year. But there are some pieces to this Michigan State roster. I'm intrigued. Look, it's exciting times right now for Michigan State. Obviously, a young women's team, but on the men's side, you bring in a junior slam champion, a guy the caliber of Ozan Kolak. Of course, new head coach Harry Jaden already doing a phenomenal job. That one was tough. And that's a college roar from Tara Damjanovic. You missed the unforced error. She's going to let you hear it. Oh, you missed the bunny, excuse me. You make the unforced error and miss the bunny. She's going to let you know. Hey, you should have made that one, freshman. Again, let's see what you're made of here. 4-2 now. Illinois State, a slight pushback. Again, let's see what this freshman, Marley Lambert, is all about now. Here her teammates trying to support her. Another deuce point coming up on 3, by the way, here. For Purdue's Ali Khan. Again, just looking to keep things, dare I say, relevant on his court, not get blitzed out of here. That's what you learn as a freshman. Sometimes it's just as valuable not to lose as it is to win. All right, that's big, and you see him sprinting to the chair. Ali Khan does get on the board here, 2-1 on court number 3. Let's go over to court number 4 now. Again, as we try to introduce all the action here, in this Purdue-Toledo battle. We go over to court number 4 now, another first set belonging to Toledo. This time it's Marco Galick. Galick, the senior, coming over from Incarnate Word, as well as Ploče, Croatia. He's, as you see, got a 7-6-1-0 lead right now. He's taking on Purdue junior Milledge Kasu. Kasu, the junior out of Miami Beach, Florida. Meanwhile, again, I know some of you are waiting for us to hop on over to that Northwestern Vanderbilt match. Vanderbilt took the doubles point. 1-0 lead for Vandy. Singles play now underway there as well. Still early everywhere. And don't worry, we'll have plenty of that one for you here as our Cracked Racquets cross-court coverage continues. Stick around here on 4 for just a hair longer. Meanwhile, big game point chance coming up here to make it all of a sudden 4-1 to 4-3 on 4. And there we go. So it's 4-3 now. On the changeover, the deficit has been narrowed for it. State squad here at court number 4. 4-3 Gallego leads in the third on court number 3 at Nebraska. Just debating what we can do here. Westhoff, can we go full screen here, court number 4? I meant the other 4. I meant the Michigan State 4. The reason why I want to stay here for the ending of this. Can you bring up a split screen between this and Nebraska, court number 3 as well? As again, it's 4-3 there for Gallego. 2 matches very close to the finish line. Then we can get ready again. Northwestern, Purdue. I think we're going to have 2 battles on our hands in those 2, so we still should get them for plenty of time. But let's lock in here for this ending again. Wyoming has absolutely made this a match. Court number 3, please, for Nebraska's Gallego is actually now 2 points away from a 5-3 lead. And don't forget, she had match points about an hour ago. She looked to close out that second set. All right, so here we go. Again, that scoreboard's frozen, unfortunately. But it is now 5-3 Gallego. So Gallego will serve for the match now for Nebraska. Meanwhile, as you can see, things have gotten complicated for Michigan State on court number 4. As it's the freshman. Marley Lambert was up 4-1, had game point chance for 5-1. Now all of a sudden 4-3, 15-all. Again, Purdue taking on Toledo. That battle's tight. Northwestern down 1-0 to Vanderbilt right now in Evanston. We'll get you there momentarily, but for now we lock in. Once again, 2 dramatic endings here to 2 of our 11 o'clock matches. That wasn't the best grammar, but again, it's broadcast number 1, folks. I promise we're only going to get smoother from here. And because we do have that scoreboard available at Michigan State, I apologize. I'm going to be more focused on what's going on in Nebraska, Wyoming. And right now, Nebraska, Wyoming, 15-all, 5-3 Gallego. 15-all point coming up here for Nebraska, Wyoming.
Here we go.
All righty, 40-30 again. Huge moment here on the right. 30-all on your left. Boy, oh boy. Isn't this what makes college tennis fun? Isn't this what it's all about? The drama, intensity. I'm all in. Uh-oh. So it's a deciding point coming up on 4, Westhoff. Give me that graphic. What a huge hold for the Spartans on 4. And a call is confirmed, so it's match point on court number 3. Let's go full screen for Nebraska. Match point chances here for the junior, Isabel Androver Gallego. Junior out of Mallorca, Spain. And Nebraska earns a 4-1 victory. Androver Gallego. Could it have been a little easier? Sure. Had she taken care of those match points about 35, 40 minutes ago, yeah, Nebraska would be in the locker room, showered, maybe even taking a little Sunday nap. Instead, though, they went the scenic route. And in the end, it is Nebraska. 4-1 winners here in Lincoln over Wyoming. Exactly what they've been looking for in this non-conference play. Something to just get the team rallied around, get calloused up, get ready to go. You look for this Nebraska team now with their victory, by the way. Nebraska now a very impressive 9-1 overall on the season. They're racking up wins, racking up confidence as we head towards conference play. Let's bring Purdue back now on that left side of our screen. Appreciate super producer Daniel Westhoff, the work he does in helping us transition from site to site here. By the way, undefeated day so far for Big Ten. Indiana, Penn State, each bouncing back from a doubles point deficit. Nebraska got complicated, but ultimately the 4-1 win over Wyoming. And it looks like we're going to have a ton of 3-setters over Purdue. But can you take us to court number 5, Purdue, Westhoff, as quickly as you can? We've got a match point for Purdue, a match we haven't even looked at, but one of the veterans I alluded to earlier, senior Tomasz Dudek. Warsaw, Poland. Dudek's got himself a match point, 6-3, 5-3 lead as he takes on Matias Olivero, freshman out of Chile, for this Purdue team. Yep, match points coming up for the Purdue senior. That missed long. All right, she's 2 points away. There's this Michigan State freshman, Lambert. He missed that wide? He did. So it'll be a deuce point match point in court number 5. Meanwhile, again, just to update on where all those matches sit. Looks like we're headed to a third set on 1, 2, probably 6. Pretty even everywhere else right now. Too soon to tell, but I mean, again, if you're this Purdue team, you're Jeff Young, your team drops doubles and 3 first sets in singles. They're 1-8 overall in the year. You love to see the fight this group is showing right now. Oh, and that sails on him. But Michigan State, 2-6, 6-4, 6-3. It is the freshman, Marley Lambert, delivering the clinch. No, Westhoff, I believe that's the clinch. We missed it earlier. It was 3-1 there overall, 4-1 the final score, 4-1. Michigan State takes it. Apologies, forgot to update that scoreboard. That's on me, folks. But 4-1 Michigan State winners. And so now Dudek will serve for the match for Purdue. We can go full screen 5. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, though, warm up those Evanston cameras. We're getting ready to head to Northwestern. It's 1-0 right now. Vanderbilt currently leading the Wildcats. A couple of extreme first sets, but it's pretty even everywhere. And it's worth noting today for Northwestern, no Brett Foreman. Obviously no Brett, but his brother Steve also out, the fifth year. Stephen Foreman must be out with some sort of injury here today as the fifth year, so he is out for Northwestern. Everyone forced to move up a spot in the lineup. Obviously, they're going to miss him in doubles as well, but right now, and as we saw, in fact, they did miss him in doubles with Northwestern taking the doubles, Vanderbilt taking the doubles point. Right now, again, Michael Dudek serving for the match here to level things for Purdue. Dudek will take that one. Freebie coming from Olivero. And again, right now, 1-0 Toledo. Third set is officially underway on 1. Looks like we're headed to a third set on just about every court but this. The player who won the first set is down a break in second sets on all 5 other courts. Good look on the forehand. I like the attempt. I like the aggression. Just, again, not quite enough net clearance. So look at this. Set don't point down now. Olivero 2 points away from extending the set, extending this match. Dudek airmailed that, right? I think he did. I think it's about to be break point chances. It is. Break points coming up for Olivero. Man, it's just, if you're Purdue, you need to get something off court, right? Some sort of momentum to get the guys building around. This was going to be that spot. Man, Maybe not any longer. Yeah, it's much better. Much better. Off the racket of Michael Dudek. Still 2 breakpoint chances here for Toledo to extend this match. So we're going to play on here on court number 5. Dudek broken. Serving for the match now 6-3, 5-all here on court number 5. Let's go over to court number 6, please, here for Purdue. Last match we haven't spent any time with. It's the one now closest to the finish line. Hassan Baroudi, freshman out of the United Arab Emirates. Baroudi currently up a set, down 5-6. He's taking on Luis Kleinschnitz. Kleinschnitz, senior, you guessed it. Looking now, Germany. And there you go, folks. Now on your screen, you see it. Got action happening in Evanston. Northwestern taking on Vanderbilt. Shout out to the work super producer Daniel Westhoff's been scrambling to do behind the scenes here. Make these split screens possible for all of you. I will ask super producer Daniel Westhoff, can you take us right to court number 5, please, here in this Northwestern match? 4 sets decided on courts 1 through 3. First sets on 1 and 3 going to Northwestern. Court set on court number 2. First set on 2, I believe, going to Vanderbilt. Oh, no camera on 5. Of course there's not. Can we go to court number 6 then, please, in this Northwestern Vanderbilt match? Court number 6. Mason Sissom. 5th year out of New Zealand, currently leading, 5-2 lead. He's taking on Felix Nordby. Nordby, sophomore out of Oslo, Norway. Now, and you see it's a 6-2 set for Vanderbilt. Wanted to see if we'd be able to catch the ending of it. 6-2, Vanderbilt takes that one. So that's now 2 first sets apiece. We don't have a camera on 5. We do on 4, so let's go there next now. Jeremy Casabon, junior out of Flourtown, Pennsylvania, taking on Presley Thieneman, junior out of Carmel, Indiana. You see 3-4 here Vanderbilt with the lead. Are they up a break as well? Looks like they are up a break, and that serving marker's incorrect. Meanwhile, that scoreboard's not working on 6. So we're going to move away from that matchup in this Purdue-Toledo battle. Can we go back to court number 5? Dudek's going to serve for it again. Now up a set in 6-5. Yeah, that's Thieneman on the near side returning. So I can tell you this. Serving marker's incorrect. Again, we're going to stay on court 4 there. 15 spot here again. 3 first sets. Excuse me, 2 first sets apiece right now. No. Scoreboard's been updated. Simon Brathholm took a 6-love set at 2. So Northwestern got the first sets at courts 1, 2, and 3. Vanderbilt with the first set on 6. 5-4, Northwestern leads at 5. You see they're up a break. Vanderbilt 4-3 here at 4. So it's very even right now in singles. The bottom half of the lineup and all Northwestern on the top half. He land that good, or did that go wide? Might have sprayed that wide. No, he did not. Presley Thieneman lands that backhand up the line. So 30-all spot now here. Again, critical moment. We're going to stay here on court 4 through the ending probably of this first set. As again, 3 first sets to Northwestern right now. 1 to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, if they're going to start the rally here in singles, probably starts here at 4. But that sails on him. So now it's breakpoint chances here for Thieneman. 2 of them coming up from 30-love down to 30-40. Thieneman does break. All right, we've got ourselves a match. 4-all now here at the number 4 position. 5-all now on court number 5. Do see Dudek leveling things at 1 apiece. Boy, did Purdue need that. 6-3-7-5 win for the senior. Can that get the rally going? We'll find out as we head now over to court number. Let's quickly hop to court number 6, see if they force this split. So we do see, all right, they're going the distance on 6. So 4 3-setters already underway. Let's go to court number 4 here in Purdue. Court number 4, only straight set matches. Marco Galick, 7-6, 4-3 lead. we see here again, Gaelic now serving for 5-4, and it kind of becomes a significant spot here for Toledo. 7-6-5-4 is, by the way, you see Ivan Yatsuk with the set in the break lead now, 6-3, 4-3 at the number 1 spot for Northwestern. Let's go back to court number 4, please. Court number 4, Presley Thieneman up 5-4 now. Again, Northwestern set leads, and now setting a break, I believe, on 1 and 2. 6-5 lead for Blecker at that number 5 spot. Thieneman here 5-4. If he can get a first set here, that's 4 first sets. The match does go to Toledo on 4. It's now 2-1 for Toledo. Did that drop good? Well, the fist pump seems to indicate it did, so the deuce point goes the way of Vanderbilt and Jeremy Casabone. So I believe 5-all now. First set here on 4. Meanwhile, yes, okay. So it's 2-1 now. Toledo leads Purdue. Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to take us to court number 1 there. Court number 1. Right now, Sornlich's up. A 4-0 lead in the third for Toledo. Again, 2-1 overall, Westhoff. I'm going to change that scoreboard for us, please. Toledo leading 2-1. Grazie. No, he missed it. All right, Purdue gets on the board for 1-4 here. Labrador, though, gonna have to flip things quickly. The good news, if you're Purdue, let's go over to court number 3. How about the freshman, Mujtaba Ali Khan? Freshman out of Hinsdale, Illinois, coming over from Hinsdale Central, which the nerds know, one of the perennial tennis powerhouses over the years, that Hinsdale Central squad. Mujtaba Ali Khan from a first set deficit, 3-love up here in the third. That's not too shabby. Yeah, it goes without saying, this is a monumental spot here in both of these matches. If you're Kovacs now, you're in the same position Ali Khan was a little bit earlier. You just want to survive. You've got teammates in advantageous positions. 4-1 lead for Toledo at 1. On serve, third set at 2. Third set just getting underway at 6. Again, 4 3-set matches still on the board. Toledo needs 2. Purdue needs 3. It's basic math. Who would you rather be? And the answer is unequivocally Toledo right now. Meanwhile, you could argue this first set at 4 is everything for both Vanderbilt and Northwestern. It's actually 6-all, set coming down to a breaker on 5. Northwestern needs one of these two. They need one of 4 and 5. Vanderbilt really just needs one. I mean, again, you figure one of these matches is going 3 sets, right? So if you're Vanderbilt, you really want to walk out of this first set with at least 2, ideally 3, sure. But at least 2 first sets, you feel like you're very much in the fight. Meanwhile, if you're Northwestern here, I mean, having dropped the doubles point, you want 4 first sets. Just a clear-cut pathway. Long discussion here. And did you hear that in the background? Let's go P. Sounded like Cracked Racquets CEO Dalton Thieneman. Again, this is not Cracked Racquets bias to be showing this match, folks. We've got 2 first sets left, no camera on 5. So we lock in here at 4. 5-all, 30-all. Presley had a set point at deuce. I should probably say Thieneman. When I call him Presley, that sounds a little weird. Thieneman had a set point at deuce. And now he's got game point chances. Meanwhile, again, if you're Ali Khan, you can take a 4-love lead here. Ooh, boy. That's starting to feel like an insurmountable lead for the freshman. Oh, my God. Straight out of the 1970s with those slices. Had the overhead he wanted it. Kovacs just missed it in the net. And so now it's a break point chance here that almost feels like a de facto match point chance for Ali Khan at 3. Meanwhile, a massive deuce point coming up here at the number 4 spot. That's a huge serve from Thieneman. Gets himself out of a jam there on deuce. So 6-5 now on serve. First set on 4. Meanwhile, let's quickly go to 1. Yatsuk's closing in on the victory at court number 1. He's up 6-3, 5-3. Might be serving for it as we speak. No, in fact, we don't need to go to 1. It is now 1-all overall in this Vanderbilt Northwestern match. Ivan Yatsuk, 6-3, 6-4 win for Northwestern at the number 1 spot. Let's go over to court number 2 now, where Simon Brathholm, 6-love, 3-2 lead for the Wildcats. Meanwhile, how about this deuce point coming up again? Feels almost like a match point for Ali Khan on that far side. Oh, just wide. Kovacs gets the much-needed hold, 4-1-3. Let's go back to court number 1 at Purdue. Court number 1 at Purdue, please. Uh-oh. And there's a break back for Vanderbilt here at 2, so 3-all now on court number 2.
Great job, Howard.
And if you're Purdue, you're fighting for dear life. There's a huge difference between 3-1 down and 2-1 down. 3-3 setters to go now. All your guys are feeling the pressure. And by the way, Toledo's already raced off to a 3-love lead at 6. Yeah, if you're Labrador, you got to stay on court here. Meanwhile, let's go back to 4, please. Excuse me, in Northwestern. Thieneman up 6-5. Again, that's a critical first set. Oh, great movement. Better court read. That's a really nice volley sequence from Casabone. He read that first pass beautifully. He said, I dare you, try to beat me cross court. Thought Thieneman hit a pretty good down the line pass as well, but pretty good wasn't good enough. That was, again, better court coverage from Vanderbilt. Feels like we're had to do a couple of breakers here, a couple of critical breakers. As Glenn Becker gets the first set at 5. So that's 4 first sets now for the Northwestern Wildcats. And that does make this set on court number 4 that much more significant. Northwestern gets this. Now you've got 5 first sets in the bag. Now, dare I say, you have a margin of error for yourself in the second sets. Meanwhile, if you're Vanderbilt, now all of a sudden you are losing. Yatsuk winning as quickly as he did at 1. Dropped 5 first sets. Now that doubles point means nothing. And so this is it. Match point on 1, by the way. You may want to throw that graphic on the screen, super producer Daniel Westoff, but more importantly, breaker to come here at 4. Thieneman versus Casabone. It's a deuce point, match point on 1. Meanwhile, again, the dangerous news for Purdue, if you're a Purdue fan, you're down 3-0 at 6. No way! Come on, Labrador. Behave yourself. That is elite. Elite stuff. And so we hold on 1. That's Labrador doing his job. 4-2-5 still. Toledo's going to have a chance to serve for it on the other end of that changeover. Let's go over to court 6 now. Court 6 for Purdue. Again, 2-1 Toledo. All 4 remaining matches in third sets in West Lafayette. And if you're just joining us, it's been a good day for the Big Ten. It got a little dicey for a couple of women's teams, but Penn State, Indiana, each able to overcome dropping doubles points. Michigan State, Nebraska, a couple of hard-fought 4-1 wins. I think Minnesota was going to beat Memphis. They just weren't healthy. Had to forfeit the number 3 double spot, the number 5 and 6 single spots. So again, a day of where the Big Ten goes relatively unscathed. Of course, there are a couple huge non-conference matches happening on the road. So unfortunately, we don't get the rights to those. But I know Michigan right now leading the Washington men. I know Ohio State and A&M are doing battle in Orlando. That's a match all of us have our eyes on. So let's go back to court number 1, please, as again, Purdue just trying to stay alive right now here on court number 6. But right now, Toledo's serving for the match at 2, and it's 5-2, 30 love for Pavitt. Sornlaxup. Again, junior in Thailand. Meanwhile, there's a mini break for Presley Thieneman. Again, the Wildcats get this. Now all of a sudden you take 5 first sets, you sweep the 1 through 5 positions. You already have Yatsuk off the board. Now you're in control. And by the way, ooh, can we quickly go to court number 3, Westhoff in Northwestern? A quick flash to 3. I know we're in the midst of a breaker here, 4-2, but if we can quickly flash to 3, Trice Pickens is closing in on Michael Ross. Pickens, the 5th year, carry North Carolina, facing the sophomore Ross. Ross game point chances here 4-5-4 to at least ask the question. He's able to do that. Okay, so we'll get back to 3 in a moment. Meanwhile, match points Toledo on 1. Too little, too late. Heck of a fight in the end from Labrador, but in the end, heck of a win from Pavic Sornliksup. The junior from Thailand, 6-1, 3-6, 6-2. Toledo's now a match away. We go over to 6, which is where they're closest to the finish line. Again, this Purdue team 1-8 overall coming into the day. Of course, new head coach Jeff Young. New assistant in Felix Corwin. It's going to take some time for this group to find their footing, find their rhythm. Man, right now, can we head back to court 4, Westhoff? We're on 6 here. I want to head back to 4, please. Thank you. Stay on 6. Right now, it's set points for Thieneman. And again, I don't want to see the nail in the coffin. We've seen too many college matches where things turn around too quickly. But this is a massive moment for Northwestern. They can get off the court here on 4. Now all of a sudden, again, you've got 5 first sets. Yatsuk already in the bag. Pickens serving for it. And by the way, Westhoff, have that button ready to go to 3. So there's the first set. 7-6 for Northwestern at 4. They sweep 1 through 5. Mason Sissom, the only set win at that number 6 spot for Vanderbilt. But now the pathway is just expanded. You don't need to protect all of your first sets. You've already protected 1. But that is a great response at home for Arvin Swan, head coach Arvin Swan's Northwestern Wildcats. We'll just say, Westhoff, check the chat when you have a moment, please. All right, 2 points away here. Trice Pickens from giving this Northwestern group. Sans Steve Foreman, the All-American #1 player. I don't know if he's an All-American. He should be an All-American. me look that up. Certainly feels like an All-American in my mind. Steve Foreman an All-American? Somehow he has not been. But they're without their #1 singles player in the country, a guy who has been a top 75 guy unequivocally in college tennis these last few seasons. And yet still a very solid Northwestern team. Takes the doubles point. Yeah, right now Northwestern, although down break point chance is interesting here at 3. Meanwhile, again, over in that Toledo-Purdue match, boy, you are begging Hassan Baroudi, the freshman out of Dubai, find a second win here against Louise Kleinschnitz. Kleinschnitz, the senior from Germany, 6 good points away. All right, that's a break. Vanderbilt plays on court 3. Wow. Did not see that coming. Pickens had been up a set and a break for the duration of this match. So 6-1-5 all here on 3. And their break points for Kleinschnitz, they feel like match points. And I apologize, folks, that's on me. We missed match points. How about this? The freshman, Mujtaba Ali Khan. 5-7, 6-2, 6-1. So it's 3-2 now. I apologize. That's on me. The question is, will that result ultimately matter? Oh, the inside-out backhand. You love to see it. But ultimately, Baroudi in the net. So now, Kleinschnitz serving for the match for Purdue. Let's go full screen on 6. No, that dropped good? No way. I mean, that's just a heat check. Beautiful tennis there. Kleinschnitz, just everything coming off of his strings and dropping in.
Come on, go.
All right, okay. I see you, Hassan Baroudi. Not willing to let this match get away. And for what it's worth, 4-3 Purdue leads at the #2 spot right now. Game point chances for Wataska of Purdue. Try and make it 4-all there. To barn burner in West Lafayette. Kleinschnitz can make none of it matter with a hold here. Oh no, he missed the volley. I mean, the plays here, and again, we haven't had the chance to lock in too much on any of these courts, but if I see it, I promise you Felix Corwin, Jeff Young, this entire Purdue team sees it. Kleinschnitz is not comfortable hitting the forehand. Every time he's gotten stretched on that side, he's turned to the slice. That slice has been popped up, and it's right there for Baruti to go, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Just has floated a couple of volleys. So now here it is. Match points Toledo. No. Yes. Match points Toledo. Serving markers incorrect. Westoff, give us the match point sound effect. It is indeed Toledo. 4-2 winners over the Purdue Boilermakers. It's a really good fight from this Purdue team. They dropped the doubles point, dropped 3 first sets, yet would never go away. But credit to Toledo. Sornlich's up, Gallick, Kleinschnitz. They did a job here today. And again, so Purdue falls to 1-9 here early in the season, but we know this Boilermakers team very young, still in the first 2 months of the Jeff Young tenure. We know we'll be hearing more from them shortly, but for now, of course, again, Toledo 8-3 now, following a 4-2 win over Purdue. So now, our final match of the day here at our Cracked Racquets CrossCourt stream. It's Alex Gruskin, Daniel Westoff here right now. Trace Pickens serving for the match. 6-1, 6-5 lead. Very early everywhere. And again, we'll get to our 3-box in a second as soon as super producer Daniel Westoff is ready to throw to it. If we can throw to it here. Not sure we're going to be able to. And that's not because of Westoff. It's because Northwestern likes to pull a fast one on us camera-wise. Okay, only split. Well, in that theme then, Westoff, can we only split courts 2 and 3? Want to show you what's going on right now. Nathan Cox looking to extend his match against Simon Brathholm. Cox, the freshman from Lake Charles, Louisiana. 5-all in his second set as he takes on Simon Brathholm, the 5th year out of Oslo, Norway. Again, Northwestern today competing without their typical #1 singles player, Steve Foreman, so everyone had to slide up a spot. You see, that's a tough miss from sophomore Michael Ross. I got the chance to watch Ross in the summer leading into his freshman season. The talent is just so evident. Actually striking the tennis ball, moving the ball around the court, that's not the hard part. It's the discipline, the shot selection, the physicality. So now 2 points away So again, you see court number 2 now on the left. So it's match point Cats on 3. Meanwhile, break point chances for Bratham on 2. Again, this could go real quick here. It's a straight set win for Pickens. 6-1-7-5. Meanwhile, Bratham just wide on that lob. So it's 2-1 Cats. Let's go over to court number 2 now, full screen. And again, no camera on court number 5 for now. Should it come down to that, obviously, we'll be sure to race over to it. All right, we have the split now. Let's put 2 in the big box. Big box, put 5 and 6 on 4 and 6 on the side, please. Freshman Nathan Cox, irate. Oh, okay. I see. Miscommunication by me. We do have court number 5 now. We do not have 3-box capabilities. Totally cool. Just want to bring that to everyone's attention so we can show you everything that's left. Yeah, that missed. No doubt. So a deuce point coming up now here on 2. Westhoff, can we actually, as soon as this deuce point's done, get me to a split of courts 2 and 6? I know 2 will be in a changeover, but those are our 2 closest to the finish line, as many of you will remember. Courts 4 and 5 both come down to tie breaks, both going the way of the Northwestern Wildcats. That missed wide. So Bratham will serve for the match at 2. Again, is it going to be 3-2? Is it going to be 3-1? That's the question here, is right now for Vanderbilt, Mason Sissom, 5th year out of New Zealand. He's the only bright spot here in singles, and even he is now in a bit of a hole. For all love 30 in set number 2. It is all Cats in singles. Now it's breakpoint chances on 6. Yeah. It's really a good performance from this Northwestern team that's been very up and down, no doubt, here in 2023. Now, certainly some positives for the 7-4 group. They got a really good win against NC State. Good wins at Duke, at Alabama. Tough 4-1 loss to Clemson. Tough 4-0 loss at Louisville. Not because Louisville's bad, just to lose any match like that 4-0. Want to see a little more from the guys, but they're showing that here today, as it's now a 5-4 lead on court number 6. So Northwestern's got leads pretty much everywhere now. Nordby going to serve for the set. 7-6-1 all for Thieneman on 4. Let's go full on 2 here. Full on 2. Simon Bratham, the 5th year. Serving for the match, he's 3 points away. Now he's 2 points away. So here we go. I'll take that graphic, super producer Daniel Westoff. Match, point, Cats. Bratham does it. 6-love, 7-5. Cats up 3-1 overall now. 1 point away. Let's go to the split screen. Courts 4 and 5, the most likely to be the next over the finish line. Again, right now it's junior Presley Thieneman. Got a 7-6 lead, 1-2 on serve in the second. He's taking on fellow junior out of Flourtown, Pennsylvania, Jeremy Casabone. Meanwhile, again, on court number 5, 3-all between Gleb Becker, Slim Troost, Blecker Jr. out of Moscow, Russia. Troost the senior, another senior out of Tallinn, Estonia. Another out of Tallinn, Estonia. Wow, it's an Estonian day here at CR.
Pineapple time. So
and you actually see here 7-6, 4-3 Cats. Is that a set and a break now? Have to see coming out of this changeover. Now it's a game point chance here for Thieneman. Meanwhile, did Nordby force a third, serving forward at 6. Again, we'll worry about that match later. Want to keep these two on your screen. They're the closest to the finish line. And indeed, Northwestern's up a set and a break now here at 5. So we may be 5 good minutes from the finish line here. Again, Alex Gruskin. What a way to kick off our Cracked Racquets cross-court cast. Bunch of success today for the Big Ten. It wasn't easy, though. Nebraska, Michigan State, Indiana, all pushed. Obviously, tough day for Purdue men, Minnesota women. So I think both teams fought pretty darn well, if you're looking big picture. There's a break almost out of nowhere for Vanderbilt on 4. And again, it's got to start happening right now as Nordby did force a third on 6. Yeah, you feel like it's almost when, not if, for these Northwestern Wildcats at this point. Let's see here what Blecker's made up of. You look for Blecker, I mentioned the junior. Four and 2 his freshman season. Pretty solid last year as well, about 500. I think that missed wide, didn't it? Looked to be just off. Indeed it was. Blecker 2 points away now. I see you, Gleb. The strong close. I didn't know he had that in his bag. Of course, for what it's worth, Blecker did line up at that #1 double spot earlier today with Van Yatsuk. Of course, it's still very early in the season, but you look for this Northwestern team, Blecker, 4 and 4 in singles play. Limited action in doubles. But boys, he'd going about consolidating his spot in the lineup right now. Gleb Becker puts Northwestern 1 game away. As you'll see that scoreboard update for a second, he holds 4-5-3. Meanwhile, Presley Thiedemann looking to get that break back, but right now it is Jeremy Casabone up a break, 3-1 in the second. Again, third set, just getting underway on court number 6. Felix Nordby forced the third for Northwestern. It's all Wildcats right now. So Wildcats are in straight set victories at the 1, 2, and 3 spots from Ivan Yatsuk, Simon Brathholm, Trice Pickens, all getting the job done so far. Blecker land that? I think he might have. As you see the break point chances back here for Thienemann. You see the deuce point coming up. Meanwhile, again, game point chance here. That's a nice hold from Casabone, 4-4-1. Meanwhile, to hold on court number 5 as well. Gleb Blecker doesn't have the opportunity to serve for the match. Let's go full on 6 for the meantime. Full on 6 in the meantime. So right now, again, Vanderbilt, Mason Sisson, the only player to capture a set for the Commodores. Here in singles, again, Vanderbilt did take a highly competitive doubles point. Northwestern got the decision at 3, but it was it was Ross Cox, Troost, Casabone with wins at 1 and 2, respectively, to hand the doubles point to Vanderbilt. Meanwhile, again, this Northwestern team responded by taking 5 first sets in singles at the 1 through 5 spots. Then you see here Felix Nordby actually forced a third here at 6. Watch one more point, then we'll get back to 5. That's ridiculous. That's Mach 5 from System 2 on that forehand pass as we go full screen 5 here. Felix Nordby to serve for the match. Excuse me. Gleb Blecker to serve for the match. That's 1. Big forehand. And again, Sim Troost here competing for Vanderbilt. Troost the senior out of Tallinn, Estonia. Economics major. Something he and Blecker have in common. Backhand goes wide, 2 away. Well, that was a bold choice. Forehand slice floats on him. Guess that's why you build a 30-love lead. Go. What am I missing? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. All right, 30-all. I was like, what's he pointing to? They're not going to call let for some reason. Nothing rolled over. Give me this sound effect, Westhoff. Match, point, Blecker. Blacker with the exclamation point. Ace down the tee. How about that? It's 1, 2, 3, and 5. 4 straight set victories in singles for the Northwestern Wildcats. They earn the victory, and with it, will advance to 8-4 now overall on the year. Big win over Vanderbilt for the Wildcats. With that said, we can come back to me now, as that'll do it for our Cracked Racquets Big Ten broadcast number 1 of the season. First of all, got to give a couple of thank yous to super producer Daniel Westoff. None of you know how hard he works each and every day to make sure we can go to the 2 box, we can go to the 3 box, we can show you multiple site action. Shout out to Westoff. We appreciate all of your patience, as well as, of course, we had to work through some of our day 1 kinks too. Our Cracked Racquets CEO, Dalton Thieneman. None of these broadcasts get set up without the tireless efforts of a man who's got a whole other full-time job, a whole other marriage in his life, and yet you would never know he's married to anything other than the game. A massive thank you to Westoff, Dalton, our Cracked Racquets team. I get to be the pretty face. They're the men who make everything happen here at this CR operation. Of course, just to quickly recap, you see on the side of your screen, Penn State winners today, Indiana winners today, Michigan State winners today, Nebraska winners today, Northwestern as well. Unfortunately, Purdue, Minnesota, each falling in tightly contested matches. But again, if that's day number 1, what are the rest of our Big Ten broadcasts going to look like this season? I am so looking forward to finding out the answer to that question, as again, we will be back next Sunday to continue our coverage of everything in this 2023 Big Ten season. With all of that said, for our fantastic Cracked Racquets team members, Dalton Thieneman, Daniel Westoff, and all of us here at CR, I'm Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 Big Ten season. We will see you all next week.